we're going to ask that everyone find their seats, and we're going to call the meeting to order so we can get started. Let's see. Mr. Castillo, can you do the roll call for us?
Sure. Stephanie Sutton.
Here.
Bob Ackerman.
Here.
Thomas Hawkins.
Here.
James Blythe. Sophia Corruguero.
Here.
Jason Hurst. Joshua Ney.
Here.
Tina Certain.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Adoption of the agenda as presented.
Okay. A second from Mr. Ackerman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. We'll move on to public comment. So we got a couple of questions from people. If you have a general public comment, either on something not on our agenda tonight, or if you would like to speak once broadly about the items on our agenda tonight and not stick around for a specific item, but if you have a generalized comment, we'd like to ask that you come forward at this time if it's going to apply to multiple items. Because of the number of people here, we are going to run the timer tonight, so you will have 3 minutes. And we'd like to ask that if you speak now and you want to just come back up and repeat items later, that you maybe refrain from doing that in the interest of everyone's time. So if you'd like to speak broadly now, I have a couple of cards from people, and we'll take general comment on the overall agenda. If you would rather speak to specific agenda items, we will call for public comment on each agenda item as we go through as well. So we will start with... there's also overflow downstairs in the basement. So if people would like a seat, you can go downstairs. You'll be able to hear, and I believe they have a screen up so that you can see the room down there. So there is overflow in the basement downstairs. It's like the good old days with everybody back here at City Hall with us. So thank you all for coming. I'm going to read off of the cards first, but then anyone else is welcome to come up and just state your name for the record. So we'll start with Susan Milbreath, and you had checked general public comment.
Hi, I'm back here again with a similar kind of distress that the City Commission is not listening to the community in any way whatsoever. And I want to know what's behind all of this. I've been looking into West Palm Beach, that was developed very rapidly in the same way, and half of the city commissioners are now in jail. We might want to look at who is getting funding from this and what does this mean? Because this is against anything that we want. So that's my comment. I'm also wondering whether you could do an audit of the current multiple housing units that have gone up and assess the actual cost for per room or per person, and how many are occupied, because I believe this might have to do with the fact that federal funding under Trump came in to opportunity zones and essentially makes it very profitable to tear down existing housing that is considered, substandard, by whose standards I don't know, and bring in housing developments, and that's funded federally. So those two things we need somebody to look into that.
The
Thank
state
you.
attorney is happy to hear for your evidence.
I don't have any evidence yet. I know you're shaking your heads like, oh, what a fool, but it needs to be looked into.
Thank you. I'm not sure that's within the plan board purview, but
No.
okay. Thank you for your comment. Gary Gordon, you also had checked general public comment.
Good evening. I think the clock needs, there it is, okay. My name is Gary Gordon. Full disclosure, I'm a candidate for mayor. I want to ask you to reject items 226 through 233. The changes that are being suggested and put upon the community, especially given the workshop that was held last Wednesday, there's no public outcry to make these changes. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. There's a public outcry to say, we don't want all of this done. We don't want this kind of approach to, quote, solving the housing problem, which doesn't really solve it. We don't want this approach to creating affordable housing, which isn't really affordable. We don't want our single-family neighborhoods disrupted. We don't want any of this. There hasn't been an outcry in favor of this. There's been a massive outcry from Gainesville Rise on, and probably preceding that, to say, don't do it. And as the previous speaker said, trying to figure out what the engine is behind it, rather than thinking, well, everybody's in the pocket of the developers, trying to say, okay, well, maybe somebody has good intentions, but they're just misguided. That's a possibility. But as I read through this and look at the notes, when you talk about eliminating setbacks, when you talk about eliminating occupancy requirements, when you talk about allowing multi-unit dwellings, rental dwellings throughout the community, all of this stuff that's on your agenda and is being pushed through also by the commission. It's really, that's not the character of Gainesville. It's not what defined Gainesville. It's not why a lot of people still love Gainesville. Nobody drives down West University Avenue or West 2nd or 13th Street south of University and says, wow, this is great. This is the community I love. They drive through the neighborhoods and they say, wow, this is where I'd like to be, the single-family residences. And contrary to some people's opinion, it's not racism that formed the housing patterns. It's, in terms of zoning, it was redlining and deed restrictions, which no longer exist. So for the people that suggest it's racist to be for single-family zoning, it's actually racist to be against it because it suggests that those people don't aspire to have single-family homes. So please reject this entire bill of goods. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Kali Blunt, who I don't see him. Oh, here he is.
Thank you. Having vast areas of single-family only zoning guarantees that you're going to have vast areas of lesser housing. The economic segregation of housing is the inheritor of racial segregation. If you look at the patterns around our city, you will see that we're still two different cities. That it's very separate. And the quality of housing in low-income areas is where you'll find a majority minority residents. So when you create large areas of single-family only zoning, you are creating areas that will be deeply low income, and that's where we get food deserts and lack of economic development and all the things that go with vast concentrations of low income. And if that's what you want to subject people to, then you have the chance to do that. But when does this society move forward? Is Gainesville going to be the same as always and the same as everywhere else? Or is it going to be progressive? Mixed income housing allows us to undo a host of social ills. It distributes the demand for mass transit. It eliminates the possibility or greatly reduces the possibility of different models of public safety enforcement. You don't have one area where policing is coercion and harassment, another area where it's serve and protect. You don't have great differentials of tax-based support for local schools. There's every reason to make sure that we have mixed income and even mixed use in most neighborhoods. And it is the way to undo the civil rights movement kind of stalled, fell asleep after school desegregation. That was baby step number one, just to get two groups accustomed to each other's company. The real prize is undoing housing segregation. And that segregation exists today in the form of economic segregation. Yes, racial segregation is illegal, redlining is illegal, but if you're paying attention in Gainesville, we still have people being steered to certain neighborhoods. We still have people getting subpar loans according to their identity. And you have the chance to create a situation that ends that.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak broadly on the agenda items or something not on the agenda tonight?
Yes, Madam Chair, Robert Mounds. You already know where I stand on the merits, but I want to clarify procedurally where we're at tonight. Because last week at the General Policy meeting, Mayor Poe agreed that at this meeting, no decisions were expected of you and no vote was expected of you. And it looked like from the draft agenda that you were going to take each proposal in turn and actually make a vote and provide a recommendation. And regarding the June 21st special meeting of the City Commission, it was agreed this would not be first hearing on the ordinance. It would be more like a workshop at which they could still give direction to staff, but no vote would be taken. And that's very important because one of the compelling needs here is to inform the community much more broadly, and we need time to do that. You know, we've asked for more workshops. We've suggested that each individual commissioner, particularly those that represent districts 1 through 4, on their own could hold a workshop or a town hall, you know, where they acquaint people and go out to them in their neighborhoods and let them know what the proposal is and what the justification is. We've had one workshop last week. You've gotten, I believe, the report of all the comments from that, and they were almost all negative. And there was about 115 people there that participated in that single workshop downtown at Bo Diddley Plaza. But the result of the general policy meeting is that Laurent Poe said he would call you personally and let you know that there's no pressure on you to take a vote tonight. I would like you to confirm that. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sal Locascio. I've been a resident of Gainesville for 62 years. Zoning has always been an issue with most everything that goes on. Since I do not know all the details of what's being proposed, but what little I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you want to change the zoning of a vacant lot in various neighborhoods from single family to multi. Is that correct or not?
So it would be all single-family zoning would be
It would
changing.
be what?
That's a specific item on this agenda.
I'm sorry?
Anything with single-family zoning or land use would be changing to newly proposed categories. Those are specific items on this agenda.
I can't understand. You're not talking very loud.
Okay, I'm sorry. It wouldn't just be vacant lots. It would be any lot with single-family zoning. With houses on them, any land with single-family zoning or land use would be getting new categories of zoning and
include the
land
historical houses too? The ones that are in historical?
Yes.
Yeah, those things, some of them ought to be torn down, but the zoning won't allow it. The zoning rules won't allow some of these things to be torn down.
So
Have you looked into
the
that?
historic preservation rules would still apply.
You know, if you're trying to cut costs, then you should be looking at allowing those to be torn down. Dubs is an example. You know, a historical building down on 34th Street, 13th, where the Social Security building is. Zoning would not allow it to be torn down they had to save one wall and build around it to build a new building. That's how ridiculous the historical zoning restriction is. You're talking about loss of money and waste of money. Now, getting back to what we're talking about, it would be absolutely a crime by the city to allow a person to come into an established neighborhood and put a triplex. It would be a crime. And as a taxpayer, I would resent that wholeheartedly and am totally against it. I think everyone that speaks will be against it too. I don't know where you get such an idea to change the zoning within an already established neighborhood. If you think this is a good thing, then go out with a vacant area and establish a total neighborhood that's going to be multi-family or whatever. But to go into established neighborhoods, I am absolutely opposed to it, and I think it would be a crime against the city against the residents to do such a thing.
Thank you. Next comment, please. No clapping. We're trying to get through everybody quickly and be respectful of everyone's opinions.
Hi,
Ms.
I'm-
Barr.
Yes, hi, I'm Melanie Barr. So I want to speak broadly to everything on the agenda, and I do want to mention that this is something that affects everyone, whether it's just the single-family property owners or people that need to park. It's going to affect everyone. And since this is such a broad, sweeping change to the comprehensive plan, I don't think it should be voted on, certainly tonight or during the summer. Many people are traveling. They're gone. As soon as the semester ends, they're in Vermont or Virginia or Canada, and they want to be here, but they can't because they have to participate in person now. And since this affects everyone, I don't think you should to vote on it tonight. You can have discussion, of course, but please don't vote, and please postpone this until there's been workshops held. I like Mr. Mounce's suggestion of having each city commissioner having a workshop with their own district. I think that'd be great, and they need to hear from their constituents. The city commissions voted into office by us, and they need to reflect what we want. Another thing that should be done is that people need to be able to phone in. I guess that's too expensive, and we can't do that now. But people that are out of town have no say, and they need to be heard. Let's see, what else was there? Well, anyhow, just don't vote tonight. Please postpone this or continue it. If you want to hear from people, obviously, that's fine, because some people may be traveling next month. So the people that are here tonight, and not listen to them, but do pay attention to what the constituents want. And once you hear that, then please vote as to what the citizens feel is best for Gainesville. We live here now, we pay taxes now, we want our beautiful city back. Like Gary Gordon said, we want to drive through the neighborhoods and look at them and see that they're still beautiful. And with this zoning that goes in, it is a sweeping change. And I also want to let Mr. Locascio know this does affect all single-family neighborhoods, and that the historic preservation regulations can be overruled. And also, Dubs did not have any requirements to keep a wall for Social Security. That was their own decision. Dubs is not considered a historic building. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing that anyone is welcome to do is email us. We've gotten dozens of emails, so I know that people, I don't know the email address off the top of my head, but we've been getting it through staff, and I think there's a general plan board email that will come to us. So that's always an opportunity for anyone to participate and send us your thoughts ahead of time and beyond the 3 minutes. So anyone is welcome to do that. When we get through public comment, we'll talk a little bit about the format of this meeting. Just as a board before we launch into the agenda items. So I understand, the city commission direction. I think that it is helpful for our board to discuss it and provide input to the city, whether that's in the form of specific votes and direction. It may be on some items and not on others. That'll be something that we discuss. Okay, next to speak broadly.
Tana Silva. First, I want to thank you all for going back to February, asking for real public participation. I mean, we saw on Wednesday that the only people who showed up were those of us who've been carefully watching the issue, because the city didn't have any notice going out to the public or any of the workshops that you all asked for back in February with plenty of notice in different neighborhoods and all of that. So, you're just hearing us, and that's all. And the city commission has made an effort to avoid any, workshops with the commission itself. And so their insincerity of a majority of them is discouraging. And then I've seen comments that are worse than discouraging. It's an attitude that they're ordained, that some of the people have said they're ordained to make these decisions and they don't have to listen to anyone. So that's sad. The notes from June 1 don't really convey that much. I've asked the city commissioners to take time to look at the captions from your earlier meetings when you had technical and environmental and market and different kinds of expertise and your own comments about them, but I don't think that's gone anywhere. And I was by chance today looking at UF plans, the strategic plans and all that. The parallels to UF plans to this and to the downtown plan are striking. The same themes are running through all of them with these proposals. And a couple of amendments actually could be taken back to developers' own applications to the planning staff for some of the specific occupancy and bedroom multipliers and so forth. The New York consultants report and comp plan update are generic and clearly written to please the client. Racial segregation is one of the 3 reasons Gainesville housing costs too much. I just don't see that. I mean, in Pleasant Street, we've seen nothing but displacement as young white professionals move into the neighborhood, and the housing prices have gone out of reach of so many of my neighbors who've had to leave. So that's a fallacy. I would say just stop at the ADUs. That's plenty. That's enough. And I just listened to about a 20-minute audio report yesterday that ADUs are nowhere are ADUs having the effect that the cities have who are trying them have anticipated. It's not. What's happening is exactly what Gail Johnson found out by calling a Portland, Oregon counterpart on the city commission there before the ADU vote in 2020, who said that that it was, the people who were building the ADUs were affluent white people. They're not going into the suburbs, and they instead would be, as your colleague said once before, the money is going to go where the money is. The money is going to go where the university is and where the speculation is and where the development already is going. And that's our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name's Christine Kootman. I think one of the main reasons that this is a really bad time is that we have elections coming up. We have city commissioners and county commissioners who are up for re-election. To push this through, it feels like you're trying to push it through really fast before the commissions change. I think it would be totally appropriate to hear our comments, make your recommendations, but do not make any votes or determinations until we have an actual commission, city and county commissions who are going to be there and be stable and people we can talk to about this. It is really inappropriate to be pushing this through so fast, and we feel that. And I hope that you see from the workshop that many of us attended last week and from people here, nobody wants this. As one of the last speakers said at the workshop last Wednesday, what do we have to say to you to make you hear that we don't want this? Or at least give us a commission that is a stable commission that we can speak to. But boy, it sure feels like it's being pushed through fast. And if something doesn't feel right, it just doesn't feel right, and something does not feel right about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with general comments? We will take comments on the specific agenda items as well.
Hi, thank you. Kim Tanzer. Because the amendment of a comprehensive plan is a legal proceeding, I think it's important that someone read into the record this time and in the future a few flaws that I think we have with this process to date. The first has to do with the process itself and how very hurried it is. The fact that it's very difficult, given how large your communications staff is, it's been very difficult to find out information about these various hearings. And while the mayor and others feel like there have been many meetings, in fact, there have been very few for the public and very few where the public got to speak, even with a little bit of freedom, as happened last week. And I thank you all for urging the city to have more workshops, and I think there should be more. Even with this meeting tonight, the backup materials were not available according to what I understand to be sunshine law practices, or certainly best practices, to give people a chance to review them. And things that we were told last week are written up differently in tonight's proposals. So it's very confusing, and I think the process itself has been flawed and pushed, and that is subject to challenge, and I hope you'll take seriously a serious process in the future. Second, we lack data and analysis of all kinds. For instance, there was a question last week about whether deed restrictions would overcome this ordinance, so properties that had deed restrictions would not be subject to this amendment. And we were told, yes, it would, but that the city doesn't know where those properties are. So it's quite possible that the high opportunity neighborhoods have deed restrictions and would be exempted, whereas the other neighborhoods that are most vulnerable would not be exempted because they're older, and if they had covenants, they've lapsed. So, and that's just one kind of information. We don't know which neighborhoods already have a mix of naturally occurring affordable housing. We don't know where our ADUs are in the city, existing ones or new ones, or how they're being used or not used. And we don't know who needs what kind of affordable housing in Gainesville, despite talking about it for 4 years. So there is a serious lapse of data to help anyone make a decision. And that includes people like me who would be persuadable if there were information that suggested that something like this was needed. I'm not persuaded because, honestly, there has been a lot of crosstalk, and I think a lot of internal talk and kind of echo chamber talk, but we have not our commissioners didn't stay and didn't participate, with the exception of Cynthia Chestnut, did not listen to comments last week. So there's been no chance, except for making a private meeting with the commissioner, to discuss any of these issues. As some of you know, I've had lengthy discussions with some of you, with some commissioners, with members of the staff. No one thinks that this is going to do much of anything, or if they do, they don't know where it will do. There's just kind of a basic hysteria among some that we need to fix climate change and that this will do that. And from someone who knows a bit about that, this is that's not going to happen. And so I hope that we will be serious, educate each other, and be respectful and open to new ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with a general comment?
My name is Abe Goldman, and I'm the current president of the University Park Neighborhood Association. And we have other members here who will also talk about these issues. But I'd like to mention some numbers that are repeatedly cited in each of the proposed amendments, and that I will suggest that they're not, strictly speaking, incorrect, but they're misleading, and they're significantly misleading. So I'm going to talk about the numbers that are cited basically in the preambles to every one of these proposals, on population growth, on median household income, and related to that, the percentage of the population in poverty, and a couple of other things, as well as about some numbers that relate to our neighborhood and its current diversity in certain respects, at least. Population growth, the statement, both in the background reports and in the preambles, the background section for each of these proposals, suggests that population growth has accelerated or will accelerate by 4.5%. That would be alarming if that number actually represented the rate of population growth, but it does not. Population growth from the U.S. Census data between 2010 and 2020 in Gainesville, those are the verified data, the rest are estimates, in aggregate for Gainesville over that 10-year period was 13.5%. That's the total aggregate increased population. On a compounded basis, that means population growth on a yearly basis was about 1.1 or 1.2%. If that rate of population growth increased by 4.5%, it would be basically increasing from, to make it simple, I'll say from 1% to 1.04%. That's not a really significant increase. What I've done, I was hoping to show you these tables, but I'll be glad to send them to you. I've compared Gainesville on these data to Ocala, Tallahassee, and Jacksonville, and also Alachua County, Duval County, which is Jacksonville, Marion County, and Leon County. So our population growth is right in line with everybody else's. Ocala's is 12.9%, we're 13.5%, that aggregate 10-year growth. Jacksonville is 15.6%. Tallahassee is actually the outlier because it only had 8.2%. And the same is true in a lower quantity for Leon County. But we don't have excess population growth compared to other major areas in this region. We also, this is also from census data, they include median gross rent for an average for the period 2016 to 2020. Gainesville comes out at $965 a month. Ocala is only $973 a month. Pretty similar.
Sir, can you try to wrap up because you're over your time?
Okay, let me tell you the important thing. The median household income is strikingly low in as quoted at about $37,000 to $38,000. That is misleading. And the reason we know that's misleading is because Ocala's median household income is $42,000, Tallahassee's is $46,000, Jacksonville's is $55,000. Why is Gainesville so low? Why does it also have apparently 29, almost 30% of people in poverty? Because it isn't corrected for our student population. Okay, so the student population in Gainesville, their low income and student age population is incorporated in that. If we use comparable bases for data, Gainesville median household income would be considerably higher and our poverty rate would be considerably lower. These types of figures are being used repeatedly to heighten the case for a massive increase in housing here. And really, we're not any different than any of these other places.
We have to be sensitive of everyone's
Thank you. I'm sorry
time.
for that.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak broadly? We will take comment on specific items.
I'm one of the city of Gainesville's all-gray mayors. And I've been a realtor for the last 33 years, specializing in older houses and neighborhoods around the university. And I don't see anyone from the university here. A lot of our housing problems is caused by student housing. There simply is not enough of it. I remember years ago when the City Commission really got after the University of Florida for the impact of housing for students. And we actually got the University of Florida to build the BD Towers. Of course, we promised to supply fire service if they built a high-rise. We're doing nothing. The university is closing down student housing on campus. Did you know that? And there's nothing planned on campus to provide for those students. So I think there's a real problem in making decisions now without understanding what the University of Florida should be doing and what their obligation is, and encourage them to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane Berman-Hilton. I have a handout that I've given you each a copy and also a map that I will explain. Whoops, if I put it there, I can't read it, can I? Do I have one extra left?
Of the
handout, yes. Sorry,
Yeah.
thank you. Please.
Can we get the overhead, please? Thank you.
I think it's all right. Okay. I'm hoping this is not considered directly on the topics that we're going to discuss. This is broadly, I'm going to talk about the process and the data, which I think the data is the basis for all of it, and the process is a system, but I don't think it's particularly specific. So I looked up comprehensive plan, because I heard rumors that it wasn't needed now, and I actually have a letter that states that the comprehensive plan was submitted and it was happy in April 2019. I did read, also I don't have a copy of that, but anyone can read it online, that the state comprehensive plan by locals is updatable about every 5 to 7 years. So that means we are not in the comprehensive plan push or squeeze. So that's a very important piece of data there. So another aspect that I've been pushing is inadequate data information to property owners, which we discussed and I've discussed with the City Commission with you, is there are 69 organized neighborhoods, and that's a drop in the bucket of the actual neighborhoods that exist. So there are many, many, many people, and I would argue that we know the Gainesville-Sun is expensive and few actually buy that. So notice in the Gainesville-Sun is inadequate. I would like to see notice going out to all property owners, which I think is reasonable. Since I estimated there are 38,000 of them, which I don't know how much that would expend, but since I think it's worth it, before any vote is taken, so that they have time to read the proposals that you have before you. And by the way, I copied them off, and I have a pile of papers this big. I churned out my printer, and so I'm surprised if all of you were able to read them, because they're massive. I'm not kidding, 3 inches tall. So I think the neighborhoods should be mailed to. There are many of them, 69 named. Okay, what else? We've had one meeting to date, which is June 1st, which is only 5 days ago, and there was beautiful note-taking by staff and a great participation. I thought it was a very good event. 99.9% were against. The issue being that it's not enough to have just one meeting. There's also a citizens participation plan. HUD, where's that one? Well, HUD requires citizens participation, and they lay out some examples and suggestions. I was a CDBG chair for 8 years, so I know how it works. When you get federal money, you have to be very careful that you follow everything they require. So there's a citizens participation plan, which has some very good examples of what should and should not occur when participation is required in a decision of this importance and complexity. So that's something the federal government requires. See what else? Population, okay. Census data. I dug census data. Basically, there are 140,000 people, of which we can take away 15,000 students at Santa Fe, 53,000 at UF, and if 35% are online only. They may not live here, but that's a chunk of people. That leaves 72,000 whoops, sorry, I've covered up mine. Where'd I put it? That leaves 72,000 non-student people. And of them, I think they're probably calculated in on the poverty statistics, I would imagine. So I have a bit of a problem with that. The census data is quite specific up to 2020, and some of it's for 2021. And it shows interesting things, that only 39% of homes are owner-occupied. The median value of homes is 180. 61% are rentals. Now, isn't that interesting? They're homes, single-family homes, but they're not owner-occupied. They're 2.33 average people per household. And then in terms of poverty, the median household income in Gainesville is $38,000. The average income is $24,000, which is above the poverty level, I believe, for family of two. And 30% are in poverty. Now, interestingly, what does that mean? Because
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, I'll be quick. Okay, that is my very end. Okay. What does that really mean? How many are children? So it said, of those, 11% are over 65, 11% are children. So you take that out, then you've got adults. And you have to say to yourself, how many of those actually have housing or need housing? And I think focus should be on existing housing. But I'm not allowed to talk about that though, am I? So anyway, that was my preamble, and I have all the documentation to back all of that up if you want to see it. And I would also argue that the current comprehensive plan, we're violating it. But that's also, I don't know, I suppose that's general, okay?
Thank you.
So, thank you. So I hope I can still speak on other things. Thank you.
Are there any other general comments before we start getting into agenda items?
Yes, Madam Chair. My name's Casey Fitzgerald. My wife Pamela and I are 28-year-olds, I wish, 28-year residents of a very pleasant Ridgewood neighborhood in northwest Gainesville. First, let me say that we are fully cognizant that the city has been working on this issue with their advisors for quite some time. We also recognize and appreciate the City Commission and staff are very well intentioned in promoting the changes suggested this evening, and we concur that affordable housing is indeed an important issue warranting the city's attention. We do have one overarching reason for being here tonight, and that is that the package of petitions proposed will not only eliminate the single-family zoning classification for Gainesville, but would result in numerous adverse unintended consequences for our neighborhoods. Basically, the proposed citywide approach does not really appear very strategic, and it seems far too sweeping in scope. As such, we register our strong opposition to the current proposal to eliminate single-family zoning citywide. Given the 3-minute constraints tonight, just want to make a few more specific comments. Concern number one, there has been extremely limited opportunity for potentially affected citizens to really learn and participate and communicate with city staff and consultants on this matter. We recognize that COVID has presented unique challenges over the past 2 years for staff and citizens alike, but I'm willing to wager that most of us here tonight were not aware of this rather dramatic effort until about 2 weeks ago. One workshop 6 days ago seems less than ideal, so a meaningful chance for citizens and staff to collaborate is warranted. Concern number two, it seems that the city should have required or should start to require meaningful contributions toward affordable housing as conditions of approval for all the high-density, mainly student apartments along 13th Street and elsewhere. Berkeley, California, for example, is undergoing a similar transformation with 10 apartment buildings ranging in height from 5 to 14 stories currently under construction. In this case, developers are awarded extra space or density in exchange for providing affordable housing. Concern number three, relying exclusively on market forces, profit motives to achieve desired affordable housing outcomes does not seem like a prudent, reliable strategy. One cautionary tale is the disturbing parallel in the Airbnb market, where investors now account for about 20% of Airbnb units. Corporate acquisition of all these units has undermined housing availability in general and affordable housing in particular. The changes proposed tonight would actually encourage corporate investors to take similar advantage, dramatically altering the future character of our neighborhoods. In closing, we encourage the Plan Board to unanimously vote, if you're going to vote, to reject the proposals currently on the table that would effectively eliminate single-family zoning throughout the city of Gainesville. And at a minimum, please vote to request the City Commission to postpone any action on these petitions until meaningful collaboration with affected citizen homeowners has taken place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for general public comment before we get into specific items? Okay, seeing none.
Sorry for my hesitancy. I was moving my way from the back. Okay. Hello, I'm Howard Jelks. I was born at Shands Hospital in 1961 and have lived in Gainesville most of my life. I attended the workshop where city staff and New York consultants presented on the shortage of affordable housing in our city and why these zoning changes are needed. What I heard was a sales pitch that claimed these changes would help solve multiple society issues from urban sprawl, traffic congestion, racial segregation to homeless citizens without providing any substantial evidence. Not a single example of a similar city that removed zoning restrictions was cited. They did admit that only households earning 80% or more of the median income would likely benefit from the zoning changes. The reality is that increased housing near the university will be mostly occupied by students and weekend renters and not benefit working families. One of the great charms of Gainesville are the special neighborhoods with large mature trees. These places were planned and built as single-family residences with appropriately scaled infrastructure, roads, water, sewer, etc. While there may be select places where increased densities might work, those instances can come before this board for a zoning variance. Certainly, any new communities being planned for construction are ideal. The developer could provide details on how the increased densities will have affordable prices and other benefits. My final point is to debunk the myth that by increasing density throughout the city will prevent sprawl in the county. As anyone can observe, development is happening in both areas simultaneously. The only places that will not be developed are those that are protected as parks, conservation easement farms, or too wet to economically build upon. Planning board members, I appreciate your volunteer service to Gainesville, and thanks for listening to me.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, before we read the first item into the record, I think having some general comment and discussion amongst the board as to the plans for this evening and what our thoughts are. We haven't seen these items individually before. This was presented to our board and we asked it to be brought back piece by piece so that it would be easier to discuss. And so my thought is that we definitely want to have some discussion. It's our opportunity to hear from you all and provide our own input and provide some direction to the city prior to their workshop. As chair, I can't make motions, so I think in some cases, if we have agreement, there may be motions made to give that direction to the city. In some cases, we are not shy about continuing items and asking staff to come back with more information. So that's sort of where I feel like we stand, but if anyone else has thoughts on how we approach these agenda items, I'd love to hear it before we get into specific items.
Can you give a little more body to that? Are you thinking that we might refer some of these back to staff, vote on some? Which ones are fall in which categories for you?
My thought is that the more controversial items, perhaps the first couple in the agenda might be things that we provide some direction to staff and perhaps wait to see what the city commission decides or what direction they give at their workshop. One concern that I have is that previously, in cases that the plan board has given direction on some items to the city commission, they have made some pretty significant changes to it at the last minute. So ADUs are one example of that. Our direction was very different, and I think if we could hear some of their ideas at the workshop and then vote on sort of more of a finalized version, that might be helpful. I understand staff's getting, potentially direction from two different boards that have different levels of input and pull. There's one has final decision-making ability, but I do think that it would be interesting for us to see versions of some of these things after the commission has weighed in once. Particularly the more controversial things. Now, as we get down on the agenda, talking about, and maybe we have consensus around the bedroom limit. Maybe we have consensus around the lot split and minor subdivision standards. That's a little bit less controversial. That's my general thought, but like I said, I'd love to hear from you all. Thomas, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm waiting. I don't always want to be the guy who wants to talk the most. I hate being the guy who wants to talk the most. But I'll take it if nobody else wants to talk. So we haven't had presentations from staff, right? Mm-hmm. So I want those to happen also. But I can run through the list real quick and give, probably where I'll end up. I mean, we've seen these in some form twice before, and we've all got our backup. I'm sure we've all got an idea of how we feel about them. On the land use change, I'm comfortable making duplexes, triplexes, and quadruplexes allowed land uses. But I think we need to address some really significant things. First, I wrote up my thoughts and emailed them, and I brought extra copies so we could put one on the overhead if we want. The two things that I think we need to deal with are, one, making sure that whenever we permit development in residential neighborhoods, we use a lot as the thing from which we measure setbacks and for which we calculate the density. We don't currently do that in our zoning categories that allow, they're just like, the best example is RC. We've had a few multifamily complexes permitted in RC that they don't fit the surrounding residential fabric. And it's not because of the number of units, it's because they're designed like apartment complexes, not like duplexes that face the street. The distinction makes sense, right? If you're doing a complex, you have a bigger piece of property with maybe parking in the center. So that's one. And then the other one is, I really want to be sure that if we're talking about quadruplexes, we all know that's a building with just 4 units in it. We currently have provisions in the code for something called small scale multifamily, which is just 6 units per building, but we have permitted in areas that require small scale multifamily buildings with much more than 6 units. The idea being that we could have a building with 60 units that was really like 10 different 6-unit buildings connected to each other. And that's, I don't think we want that to happen. So we need clear rules that address that. So that's the first one. Second one, I'm comfortable with if we want to go in that direction. Third one, which is the zoning change, I'd like us to add a new category that allows up to quadruplexes that we can apply to land. But I think we should do that thoughtfully with specific pieces of property. I'm not comfortable making that change to all RSF zoning, right? So we should look like this series of lots, for it, because of certain characteristics, is appropriate for those kinds of housing types, and do it incrementally with notice to the property owners, actually looking at how many units that would create, what are utility things. That's my thought on the third. I'll hold off on those because those are 3 are connected and the rest are all disparate, and I think of, while they're super important, are less of concern. I don't think they rise to the level of kind of needing to hash out details as deeply. So those are my thoughts on the first 3.
Is your thought that we would try to take votes tonight? Is that your intent? Is that your?
I mean, if we want to give useful information to the city commission, we need to vote. If we just talk about it for 20 minutes, the city commission's not going to get a sheet of paper with our suggestions on it. And the folks in the audience should know we're just advisory on this stuff. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we make final decisions, but under the city laws, we can't make final decisions on any of this stuff. It's our job to give the best advice we can to the city commission. And I'd like us to do that.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Everyone interested in voting tonight? I think the audience is interested in knowing if we're looking to give direction to staff and the city commission, maybe to bring something back to us versus making our final recommendation. We don't want to see these items again. We're sending it to the city commission.
I don't know that those are mutually exclusive, right? I mean, we could take a vote and still be glad to hear it again to keep improving it.
Yeah, I have a question. So, like, say we were to vote and make a recommendation on something, would it then be heard at their June 21st workshop? And then where does it go from there?
So I think our recommendations would be presented at that workshop, and then I think it would be brought to a full city commission meeting after that workshop because they've agreed not to take votes at that workshop. But it could be as soon as a July meeting if they wished. It's putting the ball totally in their court. Once we take a vote, it does not have to come back to us once we make a recommendation officially. So it's a matter, I think the approach that we take tonight is, we can get it out of here and boot it to the city commission, or we can say, here's our thoughts. Let's see what their thoughts are in a couple weeks, and then let's see what is closer to a final version, because I do think there's going to be changes.
One note, the way state law treats us as an advisory board is 60 days after we hear a petition, the city commission no longer needs to wait for our opinion, right? So they can wait forever to ask our opinion, but they don't have to. If we don't give them any advice, they can make a decision without it. So we don't have leverage to extend the timeline if that's something that we wanted to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I'm also trying to, I watched the majority of the conversation that the city commission had last Thursday, and so I'm also trying to respect some of the concerns that were brought forward and some of what was debated the commission meeting. Some of what was discussed when they were making the motion and amending the motion and deciding what to do, their intent was not that we vote and get it done. It was definitely a slow down and let's get more input approach, more so than I had heard previously. And so I do want to respect that as well. And so if they're using us as a forum to vet these things, and if they are understanding that there needs to be more public input, I don't think they are opposed to having multiple plan board meetings about these topics. So there was definitely, I don't know if anyone else saw any of that meeting, but there was definitely, we understand we need to slow down a little bit here. We're not going to pressure the plan board to vote and get this to us right away. And our workshop will be a workshop, not a meeting that we will take official votes on. So I'm trying to respect that approach and that new mentality that I feel like is different than what we had heard previously as well. So I think that's some of where my thoughts on how we handle the items this evening is coming from. But I can't make motions, so ultimately it's up to you all. Bob.
I guess I don't really care one way or the other, given the current position of the city commission. However, it's unclear to me if we don't put this in the form of a vote, how our point of view is conveyed to the city commission, because I don't think currently staff says they didn't vote on anything, but here's what some of them said. You know, there's not really a format that allows us to say we want to do A, B, or C, and we want to hear back from you. So that's my concern, is that if we decide not to have a vote, I don't know that we communicate any information to the city commission.
Yeah, and I think we've in the past taken items that we continue with direction of changes that we would like to see, or changes that we recommend and the city commission may recommend in a couple weeks, and they bring us back a version that represents what comes out of those two meetings together.
Yeah, normally we give those kind of directions to staff to come back to us.
Yep.
It does. I'm not sure that it's ever gone from us to the commission.
I think that's my thought, is that we would sort of make recommendations to staff. Staff would present our recommendations at that workshop. The commission could, make further recommendations to refine these items before it gets final votes, before us and the commission.
And does our staff agree to do that? As Mr. Persons dies under his...
So what would happen is tonight we would obviously do our presentations and receive feedback from the board. That will get noted not only in the minutes, but also we will make a note in our presentation at the workshop towards the city commission. We'll make note of what your recommendation was. That's part of our presentation, and we will inform them in that manner. This will also be presented to them via their backup as the minutes as well.
All right, so maybe we just start with first item and see where we go. It sounds like different items may be treated differently.
Well, if there is a consensus and we can vote, I think we should. If there's not a consensus and we have lots of concerns that we want to send on, then we ought to do that.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at, that there's some more information I want to see on certain things. So I guess maybe, like, if I were to vote, it'd be like, I don't know, with conditions or with, that in the forthcoming meeting we get further information. But then I guess at that point it's not like a final decision on something. It's just where we currently stand on the item? So-
Just direction to bring it back to us with something different.
Keeping in mind,
Okay.
we've been doing this since February.
We have. But I think it's a pretty significant change. And we spent a lot more time on, the last development code, and we pulled all the single family out of it because it got too controversial. So I don't think that it's a change that should be taken lightly. Okay, it sounds like we'll launch into the first item. Mr. Castillo, if you can read that into the record.
Petition LD 22-000038 TCH. City of Gainesville requests to amend the City of Gainesville Comprehensive Plan to revise the single-family land use category, to rename the category as neighborhood residential, and amend the description of the land use category. And for that presentation, I'll be doing that.
Great.
For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a planner here at the Department of Sustainable Development, and I'll be presenting item number LD 22-000038 TCH. As mentioned earlier, this is a request by the City of Gainesville to amend the comprehensive plan, to revise the single-family land use category, to rename the category as neighborhood residential, and amend the description of the land use category. Now, just a short little background, just to get us all on the same page and to kind of inform of what's about to transpire. We do have 7 items on our agenda today. These items are all related to the exclusionary zone petition, exclusionary zone items that has been a direction from the City of Gainesville Commission for staff to take a look at the recommendations from the HRNA consultants and their suggestions, and to create items to address those suggestions. So tonight, this is one of the items that staff is presenting before. This is the comprehensive plan land use item. And the proposal before you this evening is, well, there's 2 options. The first option is to amend the land use comprehensive plan for single family, to rename it neighborhood residential, not changing the density of the land use item, but just changing the name, as well as changing some of the language within the land use comprehensive, the land use item here before you, to allow neighborhood scale multifamily development of no more than 4 units per building. And that will in essence introduce a neighborhood scale multifamily item onto the single family comprehensive plan land use, which will support zoning that would allow for small scale multifamily development. The second option is to completely eliminate single family and to replace it with residential low, which would increase the density and would allow for a larger scale of multifamily. That is that item in a nutshell. Thank you, and I am here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for staff or comments? Mr. Hawkins, do you want to introduce your item now, or do you want to wait until after public comment? Do you have a preference?
So the item that I shared essentially does the same thing that Mr. Castillo suggests, but there's a couple of additional paragraphs. The second one defines duplex, triplex, and quadruplex so that we know how to tell what a building is with 4 units in it, to address this issue of we sometimes permit a building with 12 units and call it a 6-unit building, just 2 of them stacked on top of one another. That sounds odd, but that's the way we're currently reviewing multifamily developments that limit the number of units per building. But I don't think anybody conceptualizes a quadruplex as a 20-unit building. right? It's always a 4-unit building. This paragraph just makes that clear. Then the third paragraph says that when we're measuring density or measuring setbacks, we use a lot from like a subdivision plat or a lot split or a minor subdivision. We currently, in our districts that allow multifamily, will process multifamily applications based on a drawing of land that, thank you, Mr. Castillo, that anybody, like an applicant can just submit a drawing of a piece of property, and that's what we use to measure the setbacks, or that's what we use to measure the density. That might work if you're doing something in a suburban, like a suburban apartment complex. It doesn't work if you're trying to do development in an existing neighborhood. In order for the massing to be somewhat similar to what's around it, we should use the setbacks from the lot, calculate density based on the lot size, etc. And then the fourth paragraph just says that whatever rules implement this in the land development code, which we also have on our agenda tonight, would have standards for architectural compatibility, and the draft that Mr. Castillo put together does. So the real additions are in the second and third paragraph.
Thanks.
And I'm comfortable putting this in a motion and recommending that the city commission go in this direction on the first item, unless the majority of the board thinks we shouldn't add a new category or amend the single-family residential category. Right? If 3 of us think we shouldn't do that, I'm happy to support that motion too. But if we make changes, I'd like us to include paragraphs 2 and 3. I like this language.
Thank you. Any comments from the board before we go to public comment?
Yeah, so I would agree. I think that sending this to the commission will be better. But before we do that, like, I'm not sure if this is the space to talk about something like short-term rental policies. I don't know what those look like in Florida. Are there regulations in other cities on things like Airbnbs, or is that, are we preempted by the state from doing that? I'm just curious kind of the influence of that, you know, before giving this the go.
So we are still preempted by the state to regulate the amount of days that someone can stay within a short-term rental. So yeah, we are preempted by the state.
Okay.
And the city is also prevented from requiring any kind of registration or inspection process similar to they do for long-term rentals? We're not allowed to do that for short-term rentals?
Yeah.
Andrew's nodding his head. Okay, just so we're clear on that. Okay, so Thomas, I agree with a lot of what you suggested here. My concern, which I think is one of your big points, is actually the development must occur on one lot. I appreciate the second paragraph and even the last couple sentences in the third paragraph, but I don't think if we're going to have this done appropriately, 4 units just isn't going to fit in a neighborhood as well on one lot, whereas if they have 2 lots next to each other, I think it's going to look more appropriate.
It would just they would have to do a replatting, right? They would have to go, and that's why we're streamlining the replatting process. But you're right. So that if you wanted a quadruplex, you'd need half an acre.
You need more than one lot.
You'd have to go through a replatting process to get a half acre, or find a neighborhood with half acre lots. My dad lives on half an acre 4 blocks from campus, so I know they exist.
I'm torn on the lot language, but the rest of it I appreciate. With that, I'm not seeing any other lights, so we'll go to public comment on this item. I do have a few cards, so I'm going to call these folks first. Starting with Matthew Riles. Oh, Mr. Mounds, do you mind if we go to the people with cards first?
Too many people.
Yeah, sorry. I have just a few for this first item, and then I think we ran out of cards, so we'll open it up after. Hello, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Riles. I live on Northwest 2nd Avenue, 2 blocks north of the former UF president's house, not far from Thomas's dad, who has a half-acre lot near campus. I think the entire concept of affordable housing is certainly very well intentioned. My belief is the reality of what will happen is that homes in my neighborhood will eventually get torn down, and that I actually have 2 lots for this for the topic you were just discussing, and so I think I would have the ability to put up a quadruplex, and you know, in our neighborhood that would go for $1,000 a bedroom if I were to build that, and I would have no shortage of students interested in renting it. I don't know where they would park their cars, but that doesn't seem to be a concern for some of this language that parking, there isn't much in the way of parking requirements. So that's not going to accomplish affordable housing. So this entire concept is how do we increase affordable housing in the city by doing away with the single-family zoning requirements everywhere. You're not going to accomplish that for people like me and my neighbors where we live near the university. I had a friend who likened it to beachfront property. In the city of Gainesville, we basically have beachfront property, and that's very valuable, and it's not going to, it will get built up. I could theoretically tear down my house built in 1937, put up a brand new quadruplex and make a lot more money than I probably do now, even if I just lived in one of the units. So I think that there, as Mr. Hawkins just indicated, I think there maybe needs to be a little bit more of a scalpel approach and a little less of a sledgehammer approach, where we're just going to carpet bomb everywhere. My second concern is Mr. Ackerman made a comment earlier about evidence, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of evidence that this concept, which has been attempted in several cities so far, Portland, Minneapolis, there's a handful of others that have done away with single-family zoning everywhere, and yet I don't think there's been any published data about housing prices going down in those cities. I'm in the real estate industry, and I pay attention to that kind of information, and I haven't seen any. So if there is information out there about how this has positively impacted the availability of affordable housing, I think it would be critical to see that data published so that people could say, as Kim mentioned earlier, that we could be persuaded, like, look, this does work, but that hasn't been presented yet. So thank you for your time, and I know you all are here as volunteers, as someone else has said, so thank you for your service.
Thank you. The next card I have is Kurt Johnson. Is Kurt Johnson here?
Yeah, I thank you. It's not that the goals of this plan are bad, but that the specific changes are so much in favor of maximizing profits for developers that it would seem as if they were the ones who wrote the changes. These same provisions show a near total lack of concern for the neighbors who will be affected by it. And the other thing is, it doesn't make sense is why density can't start at the center and work its way out, why it has to be imposed on the entire area, all right out of the gate. So that's the other thing. It could be done, I would think, in pieces, starting where it makes the most sense. And then other than that, there's I think a perception, maybe it's just me, that our concerns are being somewhat dismissed. At the March 31st Plan Board meeting, Mr. Ackerman commented that, quote, "I hear a lot of fear." And from this side of the room, that sounds kind of dismissive when not accompanied with recognition of the good points or valid concerns that the citizens are making. And I would submit that some fears are well-founded, especially when it comes to the city commission considering big, cutting-edge, progressive ideas, because we had 2 of those that didn't go very well, the feed-in tariff and the biomass plant. And they're costing us millions of dollars every year. The cost to satisfy the debt on the biomass plant per year is about $35 million, which kind of ironically is what the GRU gives to the city, so it comes in from GRU and goes right out the other door to pay for the biomass plant. So that money that used to do something good for the city just leaves town, and it takes our money and takes it to another state or wherever, and it's never coming back, and it's it's not circulating in our town to support our local businesses. So I think those big ideas that were passed have made us cautionary. So yes, there is fear out here, and I say it's well-founded. The other thing is that I think in here we seem to have some hope and more confidence in you folks maybe than in the commissioners. And I would like to see, if you would, for each one of you to make a statement at the end and point out what part of this provision worries you the most, because that would show that you're actually, paying attention to all these details and thinking about what could go wrong. And that would illustrate that you are concerned with the city and not rubber stamping whatever the commissioners want who appointed you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next card I have is Monica Frazier.
Good evening. I am a representative. I live in Spring Hill neighborhood, historically black neighborhood. I am not in favor of this change. I believe it makes it easier to disrupt the character and makeup of established neighborhoods. The changing of the usage for these new vacant lots and being able to put such a high density without regard to adequate parking or anything like that will really adversely affect neighborhoods like Spring Hill and Porters, who did not have proper infrastructure when these neighborhoods were established. We have narrow roads, we don't have sidewalks, and if street parking is what's gonna have to be or the only option for these new developments that can be put on these vacant lots, which we have a lot of in our neighborhoods. And we have investors who've already purchased land and are just sitting on it, waiting for the right opportunity for it to be the most profitable to develop and flip and put in whatever high-rise or high-density project that's just gonna make them money. I have a problem with that because it will change our neighborhoods. It will further the gentrification that's going on. It will also disrupt the character and the history. It will make our neighborhoods more transient, and inevitably, with our proximity to Depot Park, it will become student housing. It won't be the low-income families who actually need homes that's affordable. It will just continue the university east is all it will do in our neighborhood. And so I'm against it. I would love more engagement to exactly explain how it will affect us if this does go forward. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next, please avoid clapping so that we can get through things and so that everyone feels their opinions are respected. Casey Fitzgerald, I believe you spoke earlier. Do you feel like that captured your comments? Okay, thank you. Great. Then we'll open it up to specific comments on this agenda item for anyone that would like to come speak.
Are we allowed to speak again?
If it's different than what you said earlier, but if it's repeating the same thought, that's why we kind of asked for overarching comments first. If it's specific to this item, please keep it very brief.
Well, it's specific to the discussion you're having on the item. Gene Chalmers and I served on the same city commission years ago. We were both mayors. We both sat up there, except it was in a different room. And I think we prided ourselves on listening to people who showed up. I don't know if you know what it's like to sit here for an hour, hear people speak against something, and hear no recognition that what's been said was said. Commissioner Hawkins, Plan Board Member Hawkins, however the title is just talking about certain details. Let's tweak it this way, modify it that way. I hear you, fortunately, saying, hey, wait a minute, maybe we should just discuss this and communicate that to staff without taking a vote, which I think is a better idea. No one has yet to explain why any of this is necessary, how any of it, and I'll talk this specific one, how it addresses affordable housing. You haven't done that. You're just talking about, well, it's binary. Yes, it's good. No, it's not good. No explanation from the dais on here's what we're looking to solve and here's how it solves it. And as the previous speaker said, here's how we're addressing what we've heard the public say. That hasn't occurred. You have an obligation to at least somehow recognize that you've heard what we've had to say. Even if you don't agree, even if you decide to go ahead and dismiss it. We're here not to be ignored. And a lot of us feel like, after sitting here for an hour and hearing the brief discussion that's occurred already, wow, did anybody say anything? Did we get heard? Or are we being ignored? Chair Sutton seems to have heard some of what was said. I can't say that of anyone else yet. Without an explanation of why this is necessary, what this specifically solves, other than that the City Commission asked you to take a look at it. How do you feel? Why would you support this? Why do you think it will solve something and not create, as one person said, more unintended problems, more unintended consequences? We need to hear that from you as the appointed people serving on the plan board of the City of Gainesville, which years ago my father served on and chaired way before I was even elected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Madam Chair, Robert Mounds, I second everything former Mayor Commissioner Gordon said. But I want everybody to understand here tonight that this first item is crucial to doing everything else. It's an amendment to the comprehensive plan, which allows the further amendments to the land development code, which comes later on. And so it is the most important item. And it's a one-size-fits-all proposal. Member Hawkins, I think you're recognizing, I sort of sense that you were recognizing that there are different situations in different neighborhoods. And I'm all about neighborhoods, protecting neighborhoods, especially those close to university who are especially threatened by this. And I include Porter's Quarters in that. I include Pleasant Street and Fifth Avenue in that, especially now with the New Blount Center and the need for additional student housing close to those institutions. I can't understand why context doesn't matter to anyone on the City Commission. I wish you would educate them, because the problem of the some 77,000 students competing for rooms rooms for rent for $1,000 or more, affordable housing, intruding on family neighborhoods in violation of Village of Belterre versus Boras, why that's not important to you, and why that distinction between multifamily and somebody else distinction cannot be made, because we're a small college town. This actually can work in other places, big cities, which is not overwhelmed by the university. It could probably work in Hale Village today, where we don't have the crush of student runners. You have all sorts of housing forms there. but it doesn't work in University Park, it doesn't work close to university, where you're not getting affordable housing, you're just getting more market rate student rentals. That is a crucial piece of context that has to be voiced in your recommendations to City Commission. And I don't understand why that doesn't make a, why that isn't important. Don't you live there, some of you? Please vote against the comp plan amendment, or at least please tell them that, make a distinction between multifamily and multi-student in your zoning.
Thank you.
I have one brief comment. My name is Christine Kootman. I don't really understand a lot of this process because I am kind of new to this, but I believe that you are all appointed by the City Commission. And when they ask you to do something, you have a pretty good idea of what they want you to come back with. Do you ever tell them no?
All the time.
Yes.
Do you ever say, this is, people
Yes.
don't want this?
Anyone that wants,
Well,
Mr. Newman in the back
that's
of the room
what
is
we
shaking
would
his
want.
head. He was
That
up
was
here
what
too.
That's what we would want, because I don't really know how y'all
Yes.
work. But I think it's really important. This City Commission has a real agenda, and boy, they love that word affordable housing. What does that mean to a lot of people? It doesn't mean a whole lot, really. You know, that they think they're going to cure all the ills of social whatever. Anyhow, my hope is that you have enough nerve or listen to people enough to say, this is not a good idea. This is not a good idea for our city at this time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Jeltz. I hate public speaking, but here I am. I live in the Golfview neighborhood, which is one of the oldest in Gainesville. We have narrow streets and no sidewalks. I've lived in my home with my husband for over 30 years. Most of our streets either limit or prohibit parking on both sides because they are so narrow. We have residents consisting of professionals, students, and families who walk their dogs, who play ball in the street, ride their bikes, and skateboard. We have retirees who take strolls at sunset, maybe to go watch the bats. If even one quadruplex were to come into our neighborhood, and you say 4 units, well, 4 units translates into 16 people, maybe 20. Now imagine 16 more people with 16 cars on narrow streets where kids are playing. Given our proximity to the UF campus, these multi-unit houses would most certainly be rented to students. I don't know how there would be room for 16 cars to park. The increased traffic would make living here unsafe. Making these proposed changes would essentially greenlight fraternity houses and student dormitories. That's why I'm also against removing the occupancy limits. I lived across the street from an overoccupied house, student house, for 2 years, and it was the worst 2 years of my life. So I'm asking you to please hit the pause button and get more public input so that you really know what the public wants and what should really be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please keep it brief if you've already spoken. Yes.
Thank you. I want to take issue with several of the implications in the reports. One of them is that neighborhoods that actually are labeled as single-family are actually single-family. I live just across the street from this. This is on 24th Street in between Southwest 2nd and University Avenue. Very typical of much of our larger neighborhood. There are 4 cars parked here. This was Sunday morning, by the way, and 4 motorcycles. Okay, and this is a somewhat older house. This looks like a single-family house. If you just look at the house, it's not a single-family occupancy. This is the neighboring house, a newer one. Now, at this point, it only had a smaller number of cars. By the way, in terms of parking, the second or the third of these proposals suggest that only 2 cars will be allowed to park in front of a multiplex building. That's fantasy because it's already not at all true, and it won't be true in the future. This is not exactly a quadruplex, I think, but this is from the report, the Affordable Housing Report. So it sort of gives you a sense of what some of the new prospects are. So I want to ask you, you think rents are going to go down in this place? Are they going to be lower than in this place? And a few numbers. The University Park Neighborhood Association is divided into 4.5 different neighborhoods, sub-neighborhoods. All of them, with the exception of Florida Park, which is between 8th and 16th, have over 50% rentals already. Overall, if we include College Park, which is over 90% rentals in the column that's highlighted on the right, we have about 62% rentals already. When you look at the buildings, they look like single-family buildings, but they are not. And that is true and will be increasingly true elsewhere. Replacing these, somewhat older, some of them somewhat newer, so-called single-family houses with multiplexes is not going to lower rents. It's going to increase rents, as the previous illustrations show. And just finally, although I didn't get a chance to show this because I forgot, I didn't realize that you had an operating thing. This is what I was talking about, and I'll be glad to send you this, of comparing population growth, rental levels, and poverty levels between Gainesville and Ocala, Tallahassee, and Jacksonville, and also their respective counties, where what particularly stands out is the median household income of $38,000, sometimes $37,000 for Gainesville. That is totally misleading. Not totally incorrect, it's just misleading. This is census data because it incorporates a significant portion of the student population or student age population that does not have a significant income at this point, but will in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item?
Thank you. We took a plunge with what I refer to as, I think, number 26 of the first of the 7, which is probably the most controversial and the most complex, and the one we basically have to toe the line, because once one does that, you go down the slippery slope, because then you get into 0 lot lines, no trees, no requirements for fencing. There's a whole bunch of really bad things in here, in the whole packet, that I think everybody would take offense to. That I use them as my key selling factors as to why people don't want this. Is I would have to buy the fence because fences are not required. The lot line, unless it's changed by Mr. Hawkins, is 5 and 10 feet, which means it's right in my face, and I have to buy a fence. And then it's 36 feet tall, whatever it is. So I think we have already, 5 units per acre. And we have thanks to the City Commission, we have an extra ADU. Is that correct? It can be up to 3 stories.
2 ADUs.
2 ADUs, but one can be separate.
Mm-hmm.
ADUs are a very different concept because I keep asking, and I've asked many times, everybody, can they be sold? But apparently they're part of the land, part of the house. So that's a good benefit for many, is it's controlled, even if you don't own it. So that's some control level. You can't separate them out and start selling garage apartments, which they've done in many places, particularly in California. So I think what we have now is enough, probably too much, in my opinion, to have, I think it's 5 units per acre, a separate ADU and another ADU. So I think this needs to go away. And the other thing is, how do you do one or the other? I mean, by allowing, where would the residential low go? Does that mean you can take a single family and appeal for rezoning? Are we going to go down that slippery slope? And is it use by right? Because I don't like the word use by right. I would, if I had my way, I'd have nothing use by right. So where does residential low go otherwise? So I would recommend that residential low be maybe some category elsewhere. I talked to one person, she said, my house is so cheap, no one would do it in my neighborhood. There were little lots and little houses. Wow, if someone get a lot of those cheap, Wouldn't they do this? And it's close to the university. I think the final part that I'd like to emphasize is around the university to the north. Those places are decimated. They have big buildings, good, bad, indifferent, tall. They have concretized front yards and backyards for cars. They're a horror. They have stormwater issues. They're ugly. We don't talk about who the tenants are, but we know who the tenants are. It's a horror story, and it's noisy. So are we really going to start this off in every single family neighborhood? Because I'm looking right now at a development on 13th Street. There's supposed to be, I don't know how many units of single family, student housing, single room occupancy. Have you seen it's one great big parking garage so far? Has anyone gone to look? I should have taken you a picture. It's a huge lot with a massive concrete parking garage. That's it, folks, right now. So people are going to find a way around it somehow to increase parking. As one person said, we don't have space in many neighborhoods for parking to be off-site. There just isn't anywhere to do that. And the other thing was, I think that Miss Stephanie Sutton herself, she said that, what about all of the things that we need to make this happen, which would be the water, the sewer, the whatever else, all the other accoutrements that are required. So I think starting with this is a very bad place to start, in my opinion, because it's the worst part. And then it goes down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sal Casio again. I really have a question. Does this mean a person who owns a home now, in a single-family resident, can choose to tear it down and put a quadruplex? Is that what this ordinance is proposing?
To some extent, if the series of items that we're hearing tonight, not the land use alone, but the series of items were adopted, it would allow that.
You mean somebody
Depending on the size of the lot, yes.
Someone in the duck pond could go there and tear down a house and say, I'm gonna build me a quad here. Get his neighbor together and build a quad.
So depending.
Get 4 neighbors together and build a 10-story. Is that what this means?
No. So you would have up to 8 units per acre. So to get the quadruplex, you'd have to have half of an acre.
So
it would depend on the size of the lot, and we would have to approve not only this land use, but the zoning and the subsequent.
So 2
items.
landowners could, in the duck pond now, historical area, an area that is historically zoned, you can't tear it down now.
If it's a contributing structure, there's different rules that apply, and we're not the Historic Preservation Board, but if you're not a contributing structure, not all of those rules apply. So the historic rules are different than what we're talking about.
Well, they should apply, because why do we have historical zoning? Why do we have single-family zoning? We have those zonings to preserve something, and that is the character of the neighborhood and the quality of the neighborhood. What will this do? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Ridiculous.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I have no idea how somebody could come up with the idea to go in a single-family neighborhood now, a place that's been getting homestead exemption, for example. Rental property doesn't get homestead exemption, by the way, if it's not a home, and so they're paying more. They're paying taxes. And so if you do this, then that's going to drive the value of the surrounding property down. And the city's going to collect less taxes. So how does the historical thing fit into this thing? I mean, it should be part of the whole.
The historical rules are independent of this.
Well,
The
why?
historic preservation rules would still apply to those structures. The Historic Preservation Board would remain in place and still have to approve all of the changes that they currently do. This is separate and distinct from the historic.
Well, I'd say this categorically. If the historical situation remains the same, single-family zoning should remain the same.
Thank
Period.
you, sir. Thank you.
Period. I would ask this audience, who likes this proposal? Who?
Sir.
Raise your hand, please.
Sir,
That
can you
one
please
person.
have a seat?
Who does not like the proposal? Let it be known that 90% of the people think this is a bad proposal. The citizens of Gainesville. Thank you.
We are aware.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tana Silva again. I'll try to be really quick. In 2018 and 2019, the Schimberg Center presented a lot of good data, information, mapping, and so forth, and Florida Housing Coalition also. And among the recommendations were that the city has a good stock of relatively affordable single family housing that is an asset that needs protection to preserve it and to keep it affordable. And it also mapped naturally occurring affordable housing, whether it be, the small apartment complexes, mobile home parks, which are now very endangered. And that was the number one recommendation, was urgently to protect and preserve, maintain, and rehab those older homes and smaller complexes, wherever they may, or even larger ones. And that was before a lot of the corporate buying that's going on now. And what we're already seeing is an increase in demolitions. The city commission doesn't seem to have particularly any qualms about increasing demolitions, allowing more demolitions. And with it, more tree destruction. We're already seeing that even in Pleasant Street, which is a historic district that still has to go through the Historic Preservation Board. The new construction will not be affordable. It can't be affordable. Why would somebody who already can't afford where they live now want to, be able to move to some new rental property? Also, homeownership is so low in the city already, and it's going down. We've all seen the insurance crisis that's going on, people losing their insurance, not able to keep their mortgages or even their homes. The increase in interest rates, it just jumped from 3.1 to 5.1 that, home buyers, prospective home buyers are unable to buy. And this is just throwing gasoline on the situation already in the neighborhoods that should be, protected. A lot of them already are rentals, but they could be returned to home ownership, which is, those are the least cost burden households across all income levels, or the homeowner properties. There's enough multifamily already. I think the city needs to do a real assessment of data of the capacity of the multifamily that's already zoned. It's all over the city in different areas, and start there, and start with the trying to preserve and not lead to more demolitions for corporate profit. Thank you.
Step right up. Come on. Yep.
My name is Della McMillan Wilson.
Okay, please speak in the microphone.
My
just
name
so
is
it picks
Della
it up.
McMillan Wilson, and I also live near Tom Hawkins Jr.'s father's, who is a dear neighbor. And I think I'd like to talk about, I think you would be happy to give you all a tour of the neighborhood, and we can even visit Tom's father, to come in and see some of the actual numbers and get some actual data. Do you know about the rule of 1%? I grew up with rentals. It's helped put me through my undergraduate program. It means that at the point that a property is, you can't get but 1% of the rent on the mortgage, most small scale people like my daughter who owned some rental property will sell, because the mortgage it becomes more profitable to sell it and then to invest that amount of capital into another unit in a lower cost area. Florida Park and the areas by the university, because of what Jean is talking about, the infusion of wealthy students who can afford to pay $4,000 a month is pushing out the more affordable rents. Our daughter is a case in point. She had owned 3 rentals. She's a school teacher. She probably makes about the board at Aquin Jones. And our daughter had bought these little properties and had fixed them up. She was renting them for $600 a month. They were up to code. Now that's concrete data, $600 a month. That's affordable housing. The people that were renting them were not students. They were working people. Our daughter got scared when the renters' rights thing came in about the potential litigation. Her places were up to code, but she wasn't sure how she would manage rental rights. We know 10 other small landowners that have been similarly affected by the fear of litigation for rental rights. These are people who were not wealthy people. These were the people teaching your kids, school teachers, people who were OTs, people who were emergency vehicle, who were offering rents at $600 to $700 a month. That was bought by an investor. The rent now is $1,200 a month. In spite of my daughter having an ironclad Leslie Susskind facilitated lease that required the new people buying it to honor her existing agreements with her tenants. These tenants were not known for their regularity with which they paid. We found out this year when she did her income tax that those people only paid a fraction of the amount of time they were supposed to, but they've lost. Oh my gosh, this is on TV, isn't it? Oh dear. I could be being sued. But the rents went from $600 a month, which was paid only a small number of times per year, to working people, to wealthy students. You have got to get some data, people. We know you're working hard. We appreciate you guys doing this voluntarily, but you don't really have the data about how these laws are going to be enforced. Our experience has been, if you have actual data, that in fact it's when these industrial people come in, or what do you call them, commercial investors from outside, the rents go up. And in fact, you're having a negative impact on pulling out small people like my daughter, who's a school teacher, investment in the real estate market. And you need to have people like Leslie Susskind in here. She's a very respected realtor, and Jean is too, that knows the market really well. They have the actual numbers on how these things are happening. And I thought Jean's recommendation of getting the university involved was terrific. And I think that is extremely important, because you cannot have, these are kids that are getting that, what is that Bright Futures thing, and the parents have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're putting it into buying houses next to Tom Hawkins Sr. and putting 4 houses in it. Tom's father is directly affected. My daughter is a school teacher. This was her retirement. She had to get out of that, because you don't understand the private sector market forces. We need to get more information. We need to get people like Leslie Susskind. We need to get Jean. We need to get people who actually have some of these numbers, and we need to get you some data. That's what Abe is talking about. We live with it every day. We know these kids are packing in 4 and 5 people. These kids are paying $4,000 and $5,000 a month rent on some of these places. It's not affordable housing. So we need some real data, number one. Number two, Jean's recommendation is excellent to get the university more involved. We need to know how some of the laws that were put into place to control drinking on Fraternity Row are pushing the fraternities to push the kids to rent houses in our neighborhood, which is one reason we're having so much there's all sorts of things going on, and the police are quite aware of this.
Thank you,
But
thank
you.
Your time's up. I'm sorry. Thank you. We let you go over a little bit.
Yes, that's my note.
I just want to give you a little inside tip from the real estate industry. There are realtors out there that advertise themselves as Airbnb realtors. And so people out there looking for Airbnb opportunities go to those realtors. There are also realtors throughout the state of Florida that specialize in buying houses up around the university that they then sell to investors. And there are local realtors that also have the long list of these people with these long lists of investors, and they court them all for the housing around the university. So we standard, ordinary old realtors, we have a lot of competition with the really slick ones that say, hey, investors, they know them all, come on, we can do a deal. So neighborhoods are very, very vulnerable in many ways.
Thank you. Yep, go ahead.
There's been a lot of discussion about the things that Gainesville's trying to do having been done elsewhere, and I've been following a few of them. I just like to point out that what's before you now is more extreme than anything I can find in the country, except, as I've said before, Houston, which is the only example we have as to how this would play out. California just passed a law and they were concerned because they have a low home ownership rate of only 55.8%, among the lowest in the nation. Ours is 20 points lower in Gainesville, 38%. The bill was signed last year and went into effect this January, so we have no idea how it will work. But what they're trying to do is to allow property owners to split one single-family lot into 2 parcels and build a total of 4 units on that property. That's what could already happen right now with our ADU requirement and a traditional lot split, as I understand it. So we are, by going to 4 quadruplex per property, we're more extreme than the state of California. I've also been following Minneapolis since 2018. This is their 2040 comprehensive plan, the relevant portion. This is, they have 4 different cases for density. It was very strategic after a long series of discussions. The second one, most of the along transit lines, it gets dense. In the center of the city, it reverted to its earlier zoning patterns, so that zoning, if there were multiplexes, they could go back to multiplexes. That little dot is where I used to cross the Mississippi River from one side to the other when I walked at the University of Minnesota. And that dot took about 10 minutes to walk across. It's the Mississippi River. So this is quite a large city. And then we get to the area in neighborhood interiors farthest from downtown that today contain primarily single-family homes. Housing can be increased and supply can be increased by allowing up to 3 dwelling units on an individual lot. So way far from the University of Minnesota, you can go up as dense as 3 units per lot, which is where Gainesville is right now. Increasing it more than we have right now would be more extreme than anywhere I know in the country, except, as I've said before, Houston. And that's what happens in Houston, where there's no zoning. But it only happens in the neighborhoods that can't afford, where property is cheaper. And in Gainesville, that's the southeast. That's Spring Hill and Duval neighborhood, and Porter's Quarters, of course, and Sugar Hill. I have it upside down, sorry. One more. Thank you. I can't see it. So if you look at the whole city, the little orange dots are vacant lots. There are very few in the Northeast in what are called high opportunity neighborhoods. And because property is more expensive, once you add an $800,000 cost for construction for the quadruplex, you've got to buy the property. Whereas in the Southeast, where property is cheaper and there's a lot of vacant property, that's where the investment will go. And as Monica said, they're already seeing the investors sitting on properties waiting for this change to occur. Please do not go any further than you have. Wait to see how the current standard of 1 accessory dwelling unit internal and 1 external plays out, and then proceed from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Castillo?
Just a quick minute, Chairman, if I could ask a copy of those items for the record.
Yep. Can you leave us a copy at the end of the meeting? Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this item?
Good evening. My name's Lou Ann Wilson, and I'd like to echo what the previous speaker just stated, and let's give some time to this newly enacted ADU ordinance. We already have a primary residence and 2 ADUs per single-family lot. And in my neighborhood, which is the Duck Pond neighborhood, it starts just on the other side of City Hall and goes up to Northeast Park that's on 16th Avenue. It's a 100-year-old neighborhood, and our infrastructure is already pretty strained. We have single-family, multifamily, Airbnbs in our neighborhood, all trying to use extremely old sewer and water lines. And on top of that, our streets are very narrow. A lot of them are only 20 feet wide. So we already have on-street parking from current residents, and if we continue to increase the density, it'll be extremely difficult for traffic just to flow, much less any other users of our streets, which of course are bikers, pedestrians, and the like. So I would request that you postpone any further zoning code changes until we give this new ADU ordinance time to play out and see how that affects our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's been some talk about the historic districts and would this affect them or not. The consultant does want them to be affected. I need this to be bigger. Anyhow.
Can we zoom in on that bottom piece? There we go.
And they're saying to remove the design characteristics of historic districts. And let's see, where is it? I don't know whether, I can't read it from here, but it will affect historic districts. It will still be more expensive to develop in the historic areas. So therefore, I do predict that the developers will jump over the Southeast Bend Breakfast Historic District and go to Spring Hill and start collecting properties there. Because as the earlier speaker said, that is close to Depot Park. It's also next to the lovely Southeast Historic District. So that'll be prime opportunity. The developers will come in. And if you do allow the higher density in all single family, then that's what's going to happen in that neighborhood, just because of the opportunity to buy the parcels at such a lower cost, yet it's right next to a historic district. So that's one of the problems that's going to happen, and the consultant is recommending do away with historic district regulations. They're also showing this house should have been a multifamily unit. This significant house should have been a multifamily. What's interesting about this one is the person who lives there is all for having multifamily uses, and yet he just took 6 affordable units out of this and turned it into a single family house. So beware of the people who say, yes, in my backyard. Maybe it's not in their house for themselves.
Thank you. Just to be clear, no changes to the historic district are proposed in items before this board at this time. So I did see that in the consultant's presentation, but that's not a part of what we're talking about right now. I think similar to what we're seeing now, there would be significant pushback from people in historic neighborhoods about that. So there's some confusion. We're not talking about changing historic districts at all right now. Anyone else? Last call for public comment on the land use item, the comprehensive plan amendment.
Hello, I'm Dave Wilson, and I've been in the University Park neighborhood for 42 years. And I'm just going to use my pictures to tell my story. And during COVID, I've been walking 12 to 15,000 steps a day. And as I do this, I look at what's going on in my neighborhood. And if we're going to have all these ADUs and spread the virtues of not having single-family neighborhood, we live in a single-family neighborhood. This is a house that typically has 7 or 8 cars parked there. I've reported them many times to codes. I never hear back. There's always 7 or 8 cars. So here's another house, same problem. where are you going to put all these cars when you start building around the city? Okay, yard park, well, here's the solution to the problem. Park right in the front yard. That happens all around. That is the solution to the parking problem. Okay, we have lots of parties. People take their briquettes, throw them in the drain. Okay, right behind our house at Parker Elementary, a few months ago, someone just ran into that telephone pole. And they're always speeding around. In fact, I couldn't get a picture of it because it was 2 a.m. Speaking of traffic, right behind my house, I heard this screech, and this car went right through the fence and the house behind us and barreled into the backyard. And it was probably going 30, 40 miles an hour. There's speed bumps, there's stop signs, doesn't matter. We're going to spread these problems. Here's affordable housing. Friends of mine and I've discussed this, from $850,000. Okay, let's talk about not parties, but mob events. This is a block from our house. This is a party, my wife referred to it, where the fraternities have a couple of 3 kids renting a house, and they say, hey, let's have a party. So they have the party. But the kids don't do the party. The 3 sublessees do the party. So we already have more than 3 unrelated adults. This thing was massively out of control. Lieutenant Scott showed up with 5 police cars, and the boom boxes, the karaoke, and the noise and the screaming and the alcohol, obvious underage drinking going on. This is what's going on near our house. Okay, this is same party, more kids. This is the after of it. Trash. Okay, more trash, same house. Okay, honk, and we will honk and we drink. That's our neighborhood. Okay, single family neighborhood at the moment. And you're gonna lessen the restrictions here. Okay, this house is always a problem. Between yard parking, 7, 8 cars, and the broad view is there's some railroad ties there to indicate where you're supposed to park, but it indicates the entire front yard. So there's, again, the solution to yard parking. And the trash stayed there for weeks. Okay, this is the new view. This is behind Gate Gas Station, and this is our new construction norm. This is affordable housing. These little boxes are right out of Pete Seeger. And then, the one on the left has 10 kids, 10 bedrooms, 10 baths. The others have more like 4 and 4. Okay, this is what is the afterlife of a good weekend. This house has had this car parked there off and on forever. Codes doesn't respond. This is more yard parking. Oh, we also have abandoned vehicles, another form of parking. You just park your car and walk away for a month. The license plate is out of date. I send it to codes. They come by, they ticket it, and after a month, they tow it away. More, just park wherever you want. You put your motor, you don't want to walk from the driveway to the door, so you park at the door. This is another standard parking solution. Okay, I actually recruited a member to our neighborhood organization for this photograph because she's deaf, so she can't hear any of the parties, but she lives just at the end of those apartments. And it's always like this. And codes did come in and take care of that problem. But these problems are going to spread. We have a problem, not in the future, we have a problem right now. This is not something that's happening in the future. This is goes on every day. Okay, you want to set up a business, come to our neighborhood, and you can have a tailgater party. For $50, you can have beer all day, and here's the sign that goes with it. For $20, you can drink during the game. And after the game. Okay, this was a massive party where I got chewed out by these kids. Well, when you get to college, didn't you party? This thing was so loud. the police came, they tried to knock it down, and it went right back up again. You can tell that with the water slide and everything, it's totally organized. And this,
Thank you,
we're
sir.
2 blocks from this.
You're well over your time, so
Okay.
I think we get the idea.
All right.
I know
Well,
you probably
anyway,
have a lot
we've got
more
a massive
pictures.
problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else to speak to this item?
I'm Rod Subramanian, live in Kirkwood. So, I've lived in Gainesville now for some time. I was in Alachua County for a while in southwest Gainesville on the west side of I-75. And 4 years ago, we came to Kirkwood because that was just way too planned over there. And my wife said, well, there's so much more character in Gainesville. Let's come over there. Now, so I live in a place that has character. And then, I heard about multifamily housing. And it seems, and affordable housing, and it seems like a reasonable idea. But then, I also happen to work in a profession where I have access to 3rd and 4th year college students, just because almost all of them want to go into PA school, medical school. And so, they come in, work with us, and by the way, I work on the west side of town. And, just from hearing them speak about student housing and where they want to live, as close as this thing is, I don't think this would solve affordable housing. I think you've heard plenty of people, I guess I just want to put my little token information in there, which is, I don't think this solves affordable housing. It just expands student housing. And, the university bears some of the responsibility, with regard, we can go on and on about a whole lot of things about, taxes and GRU and all of this other stuff. But, student housing ultimately is some function of it. It has to be related to the university. And, because of the constraints of that they are, it just gets dispersed. And this, in the setting of everything that is going on with regards to potentially all the stimulus money out there and inflation and all of that stuff, I don't think it's going to solve the problem of affordable housing. So, obviously, I don't have any data to present, but I've heard you've already heard some of it. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to this item? Okay, bringing it back to the board for discussion. Or motion. So I'll give some comments. Thank you all for coming out and sharing your thoughts. We've been hearing these concerns, and so I do want you to feel heard. I think clearly there's a lot of real estate speculation going on around the city. There's a lot of concern about, from the city commission's perspective of being able to provide affordable housing. I think that we have to understand any new construction, just due to the cost of the new construction, unless it's forced to be through inclusionary zoning, is just not going to be affordable. You can't, the cost per square foot to build new construction right now, anything new is not going to be affordable. The best that we can hope for is the more units that we put on the market, the older units become more affordable. And so it is a quantity game to some degree. And so I think that is, some of what this board has talked about in the past in encouraging density. I think it's some of the city commission's perspective. So, I think that you'll hear us talk about how do we get density, but we also want to do it in a context sensitive way. I think I have concerns with this being proposed to change all of the single family zoning everywhere. When we've talked about that in the past, when this came through with the form-based code, and we talked about, we'll go to U1 zoning for all of the residential areas, and there was concern about that. So we pulled single family zoning out, and then with Gainesville Rise, that ended up failing and not allowing some of those options. So it's something that we've been talking about for a long time. I think we have to find a solution that's somewhere in the middle. Something needs to be done, whether we find a way to do it incrementally and target specific areas. that to allow more density in places that were previously single-family zoned, whether we find a way to do it where it's allowed through, I've suggested before, through something like a special use permit where they have to come to a board and they have to prove that it can be context sensitive and that they can meet the compatibility standards. Something like that, I think, is my personal preference, in that we set a higher standard for letting this happen, but we do allow a pathway for allowing more density in some of our neighborhoods and creating more units, because I think, like I said, the new units may not be affordable, but putting more units on the market will ultimately make some of the units more affordable. So that's where, excuse me. You all gave us your perspective. We have to come to some agreement. So I'm going to give my perspective to fellow board members. Please do not disrupt our business. We've listened to you all very politely. So I think my thought is I lean towards doing something along the lines of adding this as an additional land use category. The other thing I was going to ask, and maybe staff, the option 2 here was to just get rid of single family and make everything low density residential, but we don't, which allows densities up to 15 units per acre. So I don't think I'm crazy about that idea. I like the idea of, as an interim or as a first step, like essentially adding this land use category potentially, and then thinking about areas where we either want to, in a targeted way, allow this, but not citywide, or rather than allowing it by right, have something like a special use permit process if we are going to go broadly. So I'd like us to just have a little bit more precision in the way that it gets implemented. I realize we can't hash all of that out with this agenda item, but I just want to put that out there and sort of see where you all go with those thoughts. Mr. Hawkins.
I think that's a great idea. I think it satisfies concerns of people in the room because there's no map amendment that comes with it. Any specific map amendment would come with a specific piece of property we could point to and say, that's what we're talking about. So I support that. I'm happy to make that motion. But I would add a second part that we explicitly ask staff, hey, can you propose what areas of the city do you think are appropriate for this future land use designation? And not the whole city. They come back with targeted areas. This is where we think a change in land use seems appropriate.
That may be something staff can make recommendations on. I would also add, perhaps that's something, and we've suggested that we need to have another joint meeting with the city commission at some point between this board and the commission, since our last, list of 30 priorities has been totally shuffled for their new priorities here. So that may be something that we discuss at a combined meeting with them, or they can give some input on, and we can give input on at a future meeting, and staff can compile, because I don't want to put that exactly just on staff, but Mr. Persons may have thoughts on that.
Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. My only input would be, I think if the plan board is interested in sort of going area by area with the land use and zoning changes, I would recommend that would be recommended to the commission. And if the commission wanted to do that, that would be something that we could come back later and identify. I don't want staff, because we're trying to juggle two boards. I don't want staff to spend a lot of time looking at areas right now. But I think if that's a totally appropriate recommendation for the commission, and that if that's the will of the commission, then we could certainly start looking at areas. And maybe we can have that as a joint, as part of a joint meeting with the commission, or they could provide some guidance in terms of what areas that they're talking about.
I like the idea of developing the structure and the vision of what they want to see, and then thinking about the best places to try that within the city that are the best fit. And we can, perhaps consult with GRU on the utility infrastructure. We can talk to Public Works about the stormwater infrastructure in some of those areas and just make sure that we're going to be okay as far as infrastructure goes. So I do like that idea. I understand, not doing the map amendment now, and I think that wasn't your intent, Thomas, but to separate this from the map amendment.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that may be the path forward.
So I don't see any lights. I make a motion that the plan board recommend to the city commission that it adopt a neighborhood residential future land use category as described in this sheet that we handed out. And there's extra copies if anyone wants to look at it. That's part one, and part two, that the city not make any map amendments to apply that designation at this time.
And we're doing this in addition to the single-family zoning. We're not we're not striking
Correct.
the
New
single-family
category
zoning. So this
called
is a
neighborhood
new-
residential. No change to the existing single-family residential future land use designation.
Second.
Okay, so second for Ms. Corgato. Any other comments? I don't see lights.
Can we make clear what
And I
we're
think
doing?
Mr. Hurst, is he still on the Zoom? I saw him at one point, so we may do this as
Yeah,
a
I'm here.
vote. Okay. Thanks, Jason. It's been an exciting meeting. I'm glad you could join us.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Thomas, did you want to add something else?
I just wanted to make sure everybody in the room knows that the motion on the floor would be that what staff had suggested that we do to change the future land use designation of the lands where you live if you live in a single family neighborhood. Our motion does not do that. It creates language in the code so that another category would exist, but a new one that could be applied to some pieces of property in the future doesn't change any of the designation of any land at this time.
It leaves the single-family land use in place. It adds an additional category that we can talk in the future about where that may be applied. But no, we are not suggesting any map amendments at this time. Is that clear? And the board members that are going to vote understand that as well? Okay. Since Jason's on Zoom, would you mind doing a roll call vote, Mr. Castillo?
Roll call vote for petition LD 22-000038 TCH. Stephanie Sutton,
Yes.
Bob Ackerman,
Yes.
Thomas Hawkins,
Yes.
James Bryant is absent, Sophia Corgetto, Jason Hurst,
Yes.
Josh Renee,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then can you read the next item into the record for us?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think everybody, of the next two items, I think a third item on the agenda is the really substantive one. Could we amend the agenda to hear that first? Do we need a motion to do that?
I think we probably need a motion to do that. Do we have a second? I tend to agree. Is there someone willing to second that change? Okay, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we'll do that. Can we read 21-28 into the record first? That's the one that relates to the zoning districts, for those of you in the room.
21-28, petition LD 22-000040 TCH. City of Gainesville requests to amend the City of Gainesville Land Development Code to consolidate single-family residential zoning districts, RSF1 through RSF4, and rename them as Neighborhood Residential Zoning District. And that presentation, I will be presenting that momentarily.
Sorry to shuffle things at the last minute.
For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. I am presenting petition item number LD 22-000040 TCH. This petition before you this evening will amend the single-family residential zones within the city of Gainesville, RSF1 through RSF4. It will consolidate these single-family districts into one small-scale neighborhood district that we are calling neighborhood residential, residential zoning district. Neighborhood residential zoning district. So the proposal this evening would, again, consolidate RSF1 to RSF4. With that consolidation, we would add in the list of uses a neighborhood scale multifamily with 2 to 4 units per building as a permitted use by right, along with amending the dimensional standards for the existing RSF1 through RSF4 into one neighborhood residential district. And that amendment would amend the density to allow for 8 units per acre. And this is a density that is currently located as far as RSF4, which is, again, a single-family zoning district currently permitted. It would also amend the non-residential building coverage to 40%. This, again, is something that is located within RSF4. It's also located within RSF3. We would amend the minimum lot area standards to allow for a lot of 3,000 square feet, which is currently permitted in RC zoning districts. It would be smaller than what is currently permitted in RSF 1 through 4 zoning districts. And the idea behind that, of course, is to allow for smaller lots that would enable more housing units to be developed within similar sizes of land that currently are used up by large lot dimension requirements. The lot standards would then would be further amended with the minimum lot width requirements. For single family, we would now require 35 feet for lot width. This is a reflection of what's currently allowed in RC zoning. It would amend the 85 feet, 75 feet, and 60 and 50 feet lot width requirements for single family that are currently within RSF1 through RSF4 zoning districts. 2 families or greater would be amended to 70 feet, and this would be a reflection of the necessary spacing for a development that is small-scale multifamily by allowing for greater dimensions for things like utilities and compatibility from single-family to small-scale multifamily. We are not proposing to provide a minimum lot depth. This is reflective of the RC zoning districts, which currently does not have any requirements for minimum lot depth, and would amend the existing lot depth for RSF1 through RSF4 of 90 feet. For RSF4 would be 80 feet. Setbacks will also be amended. Currently, RSF1 through RSF4 have a front setback of 20 feet. We would amend this to 10 feet. Side setbacks would be amended to 5 feet as opposed to 10 feet in RSF1 through RSF2 and 7.5 feet in RSF3 and RSF4. Rear setbacks would be amended to 10, and this is reflecting the existing rear setbacks of RSF4, and this would be a decrease of 20 feet from RSF1 through RSF2 and 15 feet in RSF3. And then the rear accessory setback would remain at 5. This is consistent with RSF3, RSF4, and RC zonings. It would be different from RSF1 and RSF2 current rear setbacks, accessory setback. We are not changing the building heights. Currently, RSF1 through RSF4 allows for 3 stories. We are not changing that. We are proposing for the neighborhood residential zoning to remain at 3 stories. And we are not proposing any type of building bonus. And just to give you a picture of what that type of development would potentially look like, this is again a existing multifamily, small-scale multifamily development, which incorporates 4 units, similar to what's being proposed before you right now. This actually has 5 units. This is higher than what's being proposed, but it's just presented here as a visual reference. And this, if this one, there we go. This is 6 units. Again, this is 2 units higher than what's being proposed right now, but again, it's just giving us a visual reference. This is 2 units, which would be considered or is commonly known as a duplex. In comparison, we have single-family residential units that are used the same building envelope, the same size, to house 1 unit, 1 family unit. Similar here, and these images have been shown before you previously. Same here. Just to give you a visual reference as to what's currently allowed in the city of Gainesville as far as setbacks. I kind of mentioned these briefly, but this is what is currently allowed. You have a front setback of 20 feet for most of single-family zonings, for the exception of, RCs technically would allow for some small, like duplexes, so that's not strict single-family zonings, but in comparison to RC, you have RSF1 through RSF4 that allows for 20 feet. When we're looking at rear setbacks, RSF1 through RSF2, again, has a large rear setback of 20 feet. When you're looking at RSF3 and RSF4, that rear setback changes. And the side setbacks are all the same, for the exception of RC, which allows for 5 feet side setbacks. The proposed would decrease the setbacks. So the front setback would be 10 feet, the rear setback would be 10 feet, the side setbacks would be 5 feet, and that is a reflection of existing setbacks located within RC zoning, and it would be a scale down of existing setbacks in RSF1 through RSF4, excuse me. And again, the idea behind this is to allow for more building area for proposed development. A single-family home would be able to be larger or have more space for development. Also, a lot of these setbacks, we do have some, for example, legal non-conforming houses that are legal non-conforming in the sense that at one time they were allowed to be created due to the setback requirements at that time. Given our current larger requirements for setbacks, they are no longer technically legal. If they were to have some type of redevelopment, they would have to meet a larger requirement for setback. So the proposal would mitigate a lot of those existing legal non-conforming homes to be legal by right. Looking at lot size standards, again, when we look at a cross analysis of what's currently allowed, we do see some variation in lot sizes, but not really significant. If you look at RSF1, for example, the lot size, the lot width is 85 feet or 90 feet, and an allowance of 8,500 square feet. Looking at RSF2, you decrease that by 10 feet. The width decreases by 10 feet, same lot depth. So you have a smaller square footage, and then you're looking at in RSF3, the lot width decreases by 15, same lot depth. In RSF4, that decreases by 10 feet, even more, with a smaller lot depth of 80 feet. In RC, you have the minimum lot dimension requirements here in the city for single family, which is 35 feet width with no depth requirements. If a proposal for a duplex. If a duplex is being proposed within the RC zoning, the lot width extends to 70 feet, again with no depth requirements. So the proposal is designed to kind of incorporate those elements. You're looking at a lot width of 35 feet being proposed for single-family development. If a small-scale multifamily development is proposed, then that increases to 70 feet, again, to allow for any kind of utility infrastructure needed, and also to provide some spacing / buffer in between an existing single-family and a proposed small-scale multifamily. And lastly, as far as the density is concerned, here we have a image representative of the existing density. In RSF1, you have 3.5 units per acre. RSF2, you have 4.6 units per acre. In RSF3, you have 5.8. In RSF4, you have 8 units per acre. RC actually allows 12 units per acre. However, the proposal before you this evening would limit the density to 8 units per acre, which again is consistent with RSF4, but would be an increase from RSF1, and would allow for a small-scale multifamily development to occur within half an acre of property. So you would need half an acre in order to develop a small-scale multifamily. This is just kind of going over that definition, which I will discuss in our later presentation. And yeah, that's it. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm open for any questions that you may have. Mm-hmm.
Any questions for staff?
Obviously, thank you, Madam Chair. Based on what we just did, I think it'd be prudent to keep the existing RSF at 1 through 4 as consistent with the single-family future land use designation, but request that the City Commission create a new neighborhood residential zoning category to be consistent with the neighborhood residential future land use category, and make no map amendments at this time.
I agree. I think that's the way to consider this item consistent with what we just decided. So
No,
I
so
think-
moved.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second from Ms. Corgado. Any other discussion from board members before we go to public for a public comment? Okay, so does everyone understand that to be consistent with what we did on the land use item, which would create a new category but not apply it to any land? We would leave all the single family in place. What we're saying would be consistent here is to leave all the single family zoning RSF 1 through 4 in place, add a new category that later on map amendments could occur, but we're not doing any map amendments at this time. So that is the motion on the floor. If anyone would like to come up and speak to that, please step forward.
Tana Silva. I guess I'm a little confused. Your First Amendment, first I want to say I can see the City Commission blowing right past your second request.
They may do that no matter what we decide
I know.
tonight.
I
They
know.
do it all the
I
time.
understand.
So
I know. I understand. It just makes me a little nervous.
We are advisory to the City Commission.
I
They
heard
choose
the
to
mayor
listen to us or not listen to
say
us.
that to
or-
GCRA too. Yeah. So the First Amendment, I mean, residential conservation is pretty close to what this, I mean, do you need to really add another?
So that would give you a higher density.
Right, residential conservation gives you a higher density than what you're proposing. Okay. I mean, I don't know.
Madam Chair? I think the benefit of us recommending a new category is that if the commission goes in a different direction, which, as you noted, they probably will, they can do it with a new zoning category instead of, in the opportunity, changing the zoning designation and your neighborhood, Pleasant Street, for example. Does that make sense? So now the recommendation is there's a zoning category. If you want to create something new, here's the section of the code where you would do it and what it's going to be called. And
I can almost hear their remarks right now.
I'm not saying that's what will happen. But
I
that's the
know.
idea.
So,
It gives them something to meld rather than changing residential conservation.
Okay. But,
And it's not going to apply to anything yet, is
Not
our
yet.
recommendation.
okay, so the third amendment, the one that you're just talking about, okay, and on the setback diagram, they've got arrows going both ways. Would the setbacks for residential conservation change? No, okay, it doesn't do anything to residential conservation. Because, I mean, we already have duplexes and all of that stuff. I noticed that this would have a shorter setback. Your NR would have 10-foot rear setback, and residential conservation has 20-foot. I mean, yards are nice. This, a person just built some houses on my street just a block away, but built them, out to the street, basically, and had trouble selling them because there wasn't a yard, along with all the other problems with not having yards. So more lot coverage is not necessarily a good thing. Okay, so this is just your suggestion to the City Commission that they accept this new zoning category, but it doesn't change the existing ones. So far.
Yes, it's not going to change. We're suggesting that they don't change the map right now. We just
Good
create a
luck.
new zoning category. I am glad that you spoke, though, because that did bring up one thing I was going to mention, and I don't know, Mr. Hawkins, we can come back to this later, but this street side setback, in a lot of cases, practically, engineering-wise, needs to be bigger than a side interior setback. So I would suggest making that one 10 rather than 5, just because you usually want to have a sidewalk and things like that if it's a side street setback. So we can come back to that later.
Yeah, I'm happy to amend the motion when we get there. I'm smiling because in RC, a corner lot, the side setback is 0. And I have no idea what the policy reason for that. But that's the minimum side setback for a corner lot in RC is 0.
For the street, which doesn't make a lot of sense because you can't get a sidewalk or utilities or whatever else, a street tree. So yeah, I would suggest that we make that 10 in this new category, but we can come back to that. Mr. Mounts,
Can I have the overhead? I don't know
can we
if
get the
it'll show.
overhead camera, please?
Robert Mounts, again, what you see there depicted is the way the University of Florida defines its university context area. And if you're looking for places to protect, this is where you should start. What we're looking for is to protect neighborhoods close to the campus where students live. I was frankly surprised that it went as far as Waldo Road and as far north as it went. They're above Oakview. But that's the university context area. One of the idiosyncrasies of the code is that the city leaves it to the university to define this space. And in the campus master plan, they determine, the university context area. But that's all we've got right now to basically show where students primarily live. According to my friend Melanie Barr, not too many undergraduates live in Duck Pond. They're mostly graduate students, and they're responsible tenants. But what we're after here is to protect vulnerable neighborhoods who are already been gentrified and displaced by developers who are coming with cash to their door to buy their property, redevelop it, demolish it, maybe build a student bungalow. And that's happening now. It's been happening for the last 5 years under the 2017 code. That has to stop somehow. And it's protection of neighborhoods near the campus that has been my driving force all along. And when you talk about targeting areas where this might be appropriate, I worry for those folks who don't know that that might happen to them. You know, and they may have their own reasons for wanting to protect the character of their neighborhood. But it's a lot better than the proposal on the floor, and I appreciate the direction you're going in. It's a recognition that there are areas that deserve protection. And the more I think about this blind spot in the city commission, some of them as to what have you considered the impact of all these students, I'm beginning to think that cynically, of course it's about the students, because that's where the money is. That's where the profit is for the developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to this item?
Hi, Casey Fitzgerald again. I'd like to thank you all for the vote you just took, unanimously supporting a more creative and slower process, I think, that hopefully the county or city commission will appreciate and reflect on and deal with in a favorable manner. I also would encourage you, of course, to unanimously support the motion that's on the table as well. An equally good move, I think, that can give us all some time and to deal with this issue and get the city commission to recognize your recommendations here. Finally, I would just encourage you at some point to also have a motion of some sort to encourage the city commission to fully engage with the local citizens. It's been some of you have been dealing with this for a while, but for the vast majority of us, this is a brand new, very sweeping and very concerning matter. So I think the more you can encourage them, help them to recognize the significant level of concern out there and the fact that we would like to be heard as citizens, and we do think there is room for, let's look at the evidence to the extent possible and hopefully come up with a more strategic approach than has been proposed to date. So again, thank you for what you've done so far this evening and what I hope you will do shortly and perhaps in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no, it got caught on my glasses. Gary Gordon. Two things. I think that the argument that the more units that are built throughout the city, the cheaper units will become, is specious until proven otherwise. If you've got some evidence to support the contention that older places will rent for less, other than being just torn down by investors and replaced with high-cost housing, then you need to present it. Because, especially in this hot housing market, it's very unlikely that rents are going to go down anywhere, even if more units are built. So I don't think you want to base your thinking on that theory. Secondly, in the presentation that Mr. Castillo just gave, there's almost no mention of affordable housing. It was all about more units per area. So you're not even talking about making it affordable, you're just talking about creating more housing. And you sort of heard what we had to say, that we don't want it in single family, but you're still going to go ahead and proceed to create the category, which means it could become in single family. If you really don't ever want it to be in single family, if you've really heard what we're saying, then you just wouldn't even create this category. You'd just say, no, we're going to draw the line here. Unless what you're trying to do is just create more and more units for people, not necessarily affordable, not necessarily needed based on some of the evidence that's been presented, and with no support for a theory that the more units created will bring down the cost of housing for anyone. I would urge you to reject this. I understand the intention, well intended. I would urge you to reject it and leave it with the first decision that you made and then just let the other stuff go, especially let this one go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to this item?
I think everybody thought relief, but this is what I see.
Can we get the overhead, please?
What I see is two existing single-family homes. Suddenly we have this monster with almost no edges around it, no setbacks. We said that probably later on we're going to talk about no fencing required, so I'm going to have to pay for one. And then no trees, and this is one significant, so we'll have one tree, okay? This is what we're leading towards, and by you approving this, you're pushing it forward towards the commission. You're also pushing a huge problem in the future, which is going to be requests for zoning changes. They're going to come to you and they're going to say, oh, can we change this single family lot to whatever it's going to be, residential, whatever you want to call it, blah, blah, blah. And then everybody's going to have to say yes or no. So what you're doing is you're creating a far worse animal than you have now. So the best thing, I think, is to hold to it, is to say we're going to have single family. I think I prefer 5 units, but you've got 8 in the comp plan with 8. And then you can have another totally different category. But I wouldn't want it where people can come and say, I'd like to change my zoning to this, whatever you want to call it, residential zoning. And I'm disgusted by it. I'm sorry. I think it's a horror to go with 5 and 10 foot setbacks. We've seen pictures of it in Houston and elsewhere. I mean, that's not even comfortable. That really decreases the property value of the house next door, without a doubt. That's as bad as Houston, because you've got something 3 stories high, 36 feet tall, in your face, that big. That's a horror. And I mean, I think visually one needs to think about it. This is just, to me, an absolute horror. This is when I move out of town, elsewhere. And I think you're going to have a huge amount of people who, if this is possible, if people can come and take a single family zoned place, RSF 1 through 4, or whatever it's going to be, and say, I want one of these, then we've got a problem. So I mean, this is a horror. So I'm sorry. It shouldn't even be considered this new zoning. I mean, you're getting into strange categories that are just leading down the golden path. Because how are you going to say no? I know right now we have use by right, which is a horror, because you can't say no. I mean, I go and talk to city staff all the time about developments, and I say, can we do anything? No, sorry, it's by right. We can't change anything. And we have horrors. I mean, and staff can't help it because it's by right. So how is this category going to get instigated? I'd like to know down the future how that would happen. So thank you.
If what we're discussing tonight
yes.
moves forward,
Yeah.
we would say we're not changing the zoning on any property
Right.
tonight. We're just
Right.
or recommending that to the city
Right.
commission. Any property that wanted to change their zoning in the future would have to apply for it. It would have to come through the plan board and go to 2 hearings with the city commission as well. It would be the same rezoning process that they could do now and ask for RMF5 or RC, or they could do that now.
Yes, so they could come anytime, but you've opened up a can of
This
worms.
just creates a new category for that.
Yes, a can of worms for people to do this.
U2, I mean, there's a wide assortment of zoning categories that would allow this if people came and asked for it and it got through us and the
Does
city
RC
commission.
already exist? That's my other question.
Does what?
RC, does it exist?
Yes.
Wow, tiny little lots. Okay.
The setbacks are also minimums. That doesn't mean that every house has those setbacks. It could be more than that. That's just a minimum setback.
But I mean, if you look at that, that's not going to improve the quality or value of that house. What's pre-existing in the neighborhood, the character and quality, the trees, the character, the quality, when you've got, I call it in-your-face zoning. It's right up to the street, which I hate. I mean, sorry. I mean, absolutely, it horrifies me, all of that stuff. But I mean, that's what you're doing, is you're changing the whole character of a neighborhood.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments on this item? Yep.
Well, I would like to say that I'm very encouraged by hearing the words from you folks, middle ground, or let's, roll this back a little bit, maybe have a separate category, slow it down some. Between that and the workshop the other day where people got to actually have conversations back and forth with city staff. So far, I'm very encouraged that maybe there's a possibility of us reaching some kind of consensus, because we clearly do have a housing problem and in the city. I just wanted to quickly point out one other thing because we were talking about setbacks. Even at 15 units per acre, which was option 2, you only need 11,250 square feet to qualify for a quadruplex. That would be a 90 by 125. I drew a little sketch here, I don't know if that would help. 90 by 125 would be a big enough lot to qualify for a quadruplex, even at the density of 15 units per acre. And if you were to double the proposed setbacks to 10 on the sides and 20 in the front and back, you still have 6,000 square feet of buildable area. And if you split that in half, that's 3,000 square feet, and go 2 stories, you got 4 3,000 square foot units, which is, way bigger than necessary. So I really don't see any need for these tight setbacks. It could be, and that's at 15, so to me, it seems a little bit inconsiderate of neighbors to do that. The other thing, I think, you only need 2 stories. You don't need 3 stories. There's a big difference between, a single family is 3 stories now. Well, a single family person who can afford a 3-story house isn't going to build a monolithic block all the way to all those setbacks and go 3 stories high. However, a developer would do that if he's allowed to, so that's way different when you compare 3 stories for a single family versus a quadruplex. Same with setbacks. And so I think, like Jane mentioned, that's the thing that's scaring people. I'm going to have a 3-story high, 5 feet away. It's going to fill the entire lot. So I just wanted to point that out. I think you could be friendlier. You could have wider setbacks than now and still have plenty of room to build a really big quadruplex, even at the 15 unit. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to this item?
Thank you, Kim Tanzer. I wasn't going to speak to this item. I'd like the others appreciate the direction that you all are going, and the fact that you seem to be responding or listening or have formed opinions, prior to this through your own work. What's striking me about all of this is there's a kind of underlying assumption. There is one, as Gary mentioned, that building more housing makes it cheaper. And if we look back across the last 100 years in Florida, we have built a lot more housing here and it hasn't gotten cheaper. So I think we need some refinement of the data to make that case, because it seems not to be true, just based on experience. But more important is the observation that in the report that we need to use our land efficiently, as if every person should get some minimum or maximum number of square feet on the earth, and that's all. And that excludes gardens, it excludes other things. I think as a community, it would be really valuable to talk about the ethic of what we value as people. Because like many of you, I have lived in multifamily housing and it's fine. I've lived in single family housing and it's fine. And I think there's a kind of a strange, kind of twisted way that we're discussing how closely can we pack people together, that is not beneficial for anything that makes a city a good city. There are good cities that are more spread out. We can talk about sprawl, etc. But I think we should somehow have an open-ended conversation that's not targeted toward fixing an ordinance or tweaking this or tweaking that, but just really what is it that works, or what range of things work. Certainly we can have very dense housing in certain places and do, we can have more spread out housing, and we do. In a city of 64 square miles, what's an appropriate amount of square miles for people to live on versus conservation versus education versus churches or whatever? These are broader philosophical questions that I don't think it's useful to argue about through ordinances at 10 o'clock on a Monday night or whatever it is. So I hope that we can have a broader discussion going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, so bringing it back to the board, we have a motion. Mr. Hawkins?
I'd like to amend the motion on the floor to add a new part, and that would be changing in the proposed neighborhood residential zoning category the street side setback of lots from 5 feet to 10 feet.
Thanks. Do we have a second? Does it have to be the person who seconded it?
Yeah, the seconder is supposed to.
Yeah.
Is that?
Okay. Any discussion on that? Okay. Is Jason still on the Zoom?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. We'll do another roll call vote if that's okay, since Jason isn't here.
Roll call vote for petition LD 22-000040 TCH. I need glasses. Stephanie Sutton.
Yes.
Bob Ackerman.
Yes.
Thomas Hawkins.
Yes.
James Blythe is absent. Sophia Corrigero.
Yes.
Jason Hurst.
Yes.
Joshua Nay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Then can you please go back and read 211, 227 into the record, please? We'll go back to the original second item.
Petition number 211-227, petition LD 22-000041 TCH. City of Gainesville requests to amend the City of Gainesville Land Development Code to provide definition and regulations to the neighborhood scale multifamily use. I'll be doing that presentation for you momentarily. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I am a planner here at the City of Gainesville's Department of Sustainable Development. I will be presenting item number petition LD 22-000041 TCH. This is a text change amendment to define the proposed neighborhood scale multifamily use along with a proposal for regulatory language that would be applied to the use when it comes for development. So, to give a quick background, staff is defining neighborhood scale multifamily as a development that has a specific use to allow for more than one family to live within a building, designed with an envelope that is consistent with the looks of a single-family home, and the maximum amount of units allowed on the building would be 4 units. So it wouldn't be able to incorporate anything more than 4 dwelling units for the use. This is the language that is being proposed. As I've mentioned, the neighborhood scale multifamily are limited to a minimum of 2 units and a maximum of 4 units within a zone that would allow for its use. So in this case, the neighborhood residential zone is designed to specifically allow this use. The development is limited to 1 building on 1 lot or parcel created through a recorded and approved subdivision, lot split, lot line adjustment, single lot replanting, or minor subdivision. The buildings will be limited to a maximum of 3 stories, and that is language that is currently allowed in all single-family zoning. And again, the building are designed to incorporate a facade that is consistent with a single-family use, and this is specific to 3 to 4 unit buildings. Florida statute preempts us from applying any type of regulation concerning the characteristics of a single-family home or a duplex. So, kind of going through this really quickly, the proposal is to have an allowed maximum of 2 primary entrances, no more, so it doesn't look as a just a over large multi-family development. It does provide regulations for 30% glazing, which is just to make sure that there is enough characteristics that you can associate with a single-family development. The facade should not exceed 20 horizontal feet without including at least one of the elements listed here, such as a window, an awning, an offset or column, or complementary changes in the facade material or texture. A lot of this language is, you may recognize it, is similar to languages or provisions within our transit zone for transit development. Off-street parking is limited to 2 parking spots and a minimum of one high-quality tree is required. If there is not the preservation of one high-quality tree is required. If there is no high-quality trees existing in the property, then the development has to provide a tree on the development. Just to kind of give you an image of the idea behind the proposal, the unit is designed again to incorporate 4 units within an envelope that would resemble something along the lines of a single family, maybe at a larger scale, but something that would be currently permitted within single-family residential zone regulations. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I'm here and available for any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. I have a couple questions. I don't see any other lights, but I will start. So, as far as the facade consistent with characteristics of the neighborhood, what's staff's intent to ensure that happens? Who's going to be involved in that? Is the city architect going to be involved? Who's making that decision if it's consistent with the neighborhood?
So language that you're seeing here is language that staff proposes, basically here from some of the comments that we've heard from our neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
This is language that is currently existing within our code in similar fashion, again, within the transit zone. This would be reviewed as any other development when it comes before us. If it's small-scale multifamily that takes place within a zoning that permits small-scale multifamily, the added requirements of this would be part of our review process, and we will make sure within that review process that these elements are found. Similar to if a development were to take place within a transit zone, or in similar fashion.
So, when I've asked this question before, I believe the answer has been if it's a 3-unit building, it can be done with a building permit. If it's a 4-unit building, it has to get a site plan. Is that accurate?
It would be.
There's a difference in what the review process would be for a 3-unit building versus a 4-unit building. Mr. Ellington shaking his head.
Yeah, it would be regulated by the lot development standards. But yeah, there is a threshold which, let me see if I can pull it up really quickly.
So, and I don't know how complicated it would be, and maybe it's something that we can do here, maybe it's something that's captured elsewhere in the code, but to require 3 and 4-unit buildings to go through site plan review, because I have concerns about the utilities and the stormwater, and I think that I don't know exactly how the water management district would look at it. I know that if you have 3 consecutive lots with the same landowner, you do have to provide stormwater. If it's 3 units on one lot, I don't know that that's the same case, Mr. Persons.
Yeah, we already require anything above. I think Juan pulled up the development review threshold.
Yeah.
So anything 3 units or above goes through development plan
3,
review.
okay, so
Yep.
3 to 10. Okay, perfect. So that was my question, as far as that goes. And so we go through site plan with an elevation provided at that point, and then the building permit would have to be consistent with that elevation. Okay. The second part, and this is probably something that may generate some discussion up here, is the parking piece. I do agree with only having 2 parking spots in front of the building, I think, in most cases. I think the front of your lot is also gonna have a transformer and water meters and other things that we have to account for, and hopefully a street tree. So it's gonna be tough to fit more than 2 spaces, but I do want us to talk a little bit about if we wanna set a standard for parking spaces, and I know that we're talking about removing parking limits later, but related to the number of bedrooms at all, and if we want to address scooter and bicycle parking in any way, if we want to require that if you're gonna have, 3 and 4 units, that you have a bicycle rack near your front door, which would be something that also, I don't know if that would be triggered by a site plan, because it's probably not enough units. It may be, depending on the number of bedrooms. I think if you get above 10 bedrooms, you probably need to have a bike rack. But I think we should talk about the parking. I'm curious what board members think about that. I think parking is something that we just need to refine a little bit, and maybe talk about how we want to handle scooter parking, because the general code allows you to swap out scooter parking with automotive parking. This isn't specific to like automobile parking, and maybe we want to make it that way. I just think we should have a little bit of conversation about that. So I'd like to see a bike rack be required, and I'd like to talk about how we want to handle scooters and substitution and things like that. Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of wrestled with this when I was reviewing the backup, and ultimately decided that it would take a lot of energy to kind of evaluate the language at a really high level of detail that I didn't want to expend it. I think that if we want to really refine this, there's a bunch of changes that we could make. And you hit on, I think, what are the 2 biggest ones. There's a third one that I would mention. So one is the consistent with the neighborhood is not a standard that we could all. But if you said that to 10 different people, what's consistent with the neighborhood, they would point out 10 different things. Even if they were all planners or architects, they would identify different things that they thought were the characteristics of the neighborhood. So maybe if we wanted to do something like that, maybe the language that we should be looking at is language that we had for our heritage districts or for our historic
Well, they weren't heritage districts anymore. I forget the name.
rather than the transect zones. But I don't know. I didn't come prepared with that thought refined, but that was what I was thinking when I looked at it. The second one regarding parking, if my preference would be to prohibit parking between the building and the street, so that all parking would either have to be in the side or the rear, and let the market determine what parking they provided. But should the rules be, it just can't be, right? These are Dave Wilson's pictures. I think Dr. Wilson already left, but, right, prohibit the parking between the building, facade, and the street. And then the third thing that jumps out to me is we're continuously talking about facade, but we don't make clear that we're talking about the front facade. And that seems really obvious from the context, but I can imagine situations where it would be confusing. So I think it would be worthwhile to stipulate we're talking about the front facade, and then require buildings to have their fronts facing the street, and if they're on a corner, to face the more primary street. We have lots of times where folks propose buildings that are backwards on a site because it allows them to meet the code standards cheaply or more easily. Like, for example, if the parking's in the rear, just put the building backwards. So, but I don't know. I'm also comfortable approving this without any changes, because I think it's going to go through the ringer a lot more times in the future. But those are That was my response specifically to your comments on parking, and then to those other two things that I noted in the draft.
I hear you on the facades and making sure it looks like it fronts the street, and I think to some degree the code requires that other places. I do think that we need to require some of like windows and offsets and material changes on the sides too, because that could be, 10 feet from someone else's house, and some of the sides of these buildings are really ugly. So I would like to require something on the sides, particularly the side could be along a street as well. So, I mean, it can be just have windows on the sides, normal looking windows, but not all of these end up having that. So I now that you bring that up, I think that we need to clarify a little bit more on the facades. People are going to take advantage of any loophole that we give them.
So
And we see that.
Your response makes me think that we should come up with a couple of bullet points of what we'd like to change and ask staff to revise and bring the language back. Is that the direction you're kind of thinking?
I think so. I think, I think giving them direction to flesh those two areas out a little bit more would be helpful.
Okay. Well, when the lights expire, I can make a motion.
Okay. Anyone else with thoughts on this one before we take it to, do you want to make a motion before we do public comment, or you want to do public comment first? Thomas, do you have a preference?
For the public,
Okay.
if we have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
So I move the plan board request staff. I move the plan board continue item 21227 with a request that staff make some amendments to the proposed definition of neighborhood scale multifamily to be specifically evaluating minimum parking standards and prohibiting parking between the front of the building and the street. Second, to revise the facade standards to also refer to building orientation and consider appropriate standards for side facades. And third, I think that's it. The third one was regarding language I thought was ambiguous, but it might change. We need to update the other ones.
Okay.
I'm
Do we
looking
have
at
a
Bob.
second?
Did you have a thought?
Pardon me?
I thought for your body language, maybe you wanted to add something.
No.
Do we have a second for the motion on the floor?
Second.
Okay. We'll give it to Bob. Okay. So our motion on this is to continue this item and get a little bit more information on the facade requirements and how we're going to handle parking, but with the suggestion that parking be to the side or the rear and not be allowed in front of these units. Is there any public comment on the motion on the floor?
Robert Mounts, I would support the motion. However, since we're still talking about multifamily or quadruplexes, I would hope that you would include it in your earlier recommendations to be appropriate in the separate zoning category.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Got that? All right, because, and I've pointed this out, it makes a difference how these buildings, however they're constructed, how they're used, whether they're sold to families to occupy permanently as a structure, even as one part of a apartment in a quadruplex, where you've got somebody actually owning it and living there, whether you've got a owner who builds the quadruplex and lives in one of them and rents the others, so you at least have a place where a first responder can go if there's a problem. It reminds me of the discussion we had a week ago or so when you denied CHW's petition for the 12-story building on Southeast 2nd Avenue. If they'd come forward with a proposal to build a 12-story building of condominiums that would be for sale to young professionals and said we'll set aside 10% for workforce purchase at a lower rate, like a community land trust would do, that might have been worth talking about, despite the height. You know, it's not so much the structure or the number of, apartments, it's how it's used and the impact on the surrounding community. So please always keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello again, I'm Monica Frazier. I just need some clarification. So this language that you're tabling, but if it goes forward, that would apply to the two new categories from earlier?
This would further define the small scale residential, basically, that the new land use and zoning would allow in those land use and zoning categories. So this gives more definition to the neighborhood scale multifamily, the 2 to 4 unit buildings. So it sets a definition for that, and then some standards that would be in the code.
Okay, so I'm glad we're talking about parking, and maybe as far as your recommendations to include the type of neighborhood that this would, with the regards to the parking, because based on the pictures of how big the building can be and with the setback, I don't understand how you can have a building like that and still have parking, because
you can't do both.
Exactly.
People don't build the buildings to the maximum in most cases. Your house is probably not at the setback limits.
Well, my house is different. I'm not trying to make profit off of it by having, so many rooms that I can rent out individually. But, like I've said before, I live in Spring Hill. We have very narrow roads. We have no sidewalks. And so if we could maybe add to that recommendation the appropriateness of where this type of a thing goes, because if you're building it out to maximize, even if you're going up, with the stories, and if it's going to be rent by the room, which most of these places end up being because they're rented to students and not families. A family might have 2 cars, but a student, you're going to have 4 cars in a 4-bedroom. And so that, right, at least. And then you multiply that per every unit, the parking is going to be a nightmare. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm glad, as Monica pointed out and others, and that you've started to be a little realistic about parking a little bit more than the background document is. But if you have a quadruplex, if you have 4 single people living in each of the 4 apartments, that would be, not in each, but in total of 4 single people, that's 4 cars probably. If you have 4 couples, just a scenario to draw out some scenarios, then you probably have close to 8 cars. If you have an additional number of renters, say a total of 10 or 12 renters, that would be 12 cars, 14 cars. None of those sort of depictions of the lot setbacks allow for more than 2 or 3 cars, it looks like, at maximum, to be parked behind or on the side. So, it would be worth you putting some numbers to these requirements and requiring the builders and the investors who are building these for profit to actually have a realistic amount of parking space. And I'm glad that you suggest not allowing significant parking or any parking in the front of the building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Tanzer, I think we're beginning to see in Gainesville the limits of the theories of new urbanism. There has been a lot of chatter on various Facebook pages about people who want to park at the 4th Avenue food court. All of the people who go there, I'm sure, think that we should have as few cars as possible, and yet they want to be able to park at the 4th Avenue food court. The people who are looking at parking downtown are frustrated that they have to pay for parking if they work downtown or otherwise. So there's a kind of a duality between what New Urban theories think will work and what people's actual behavior does, and that includes the behavior of people who are most righteous about this in principle. So I think we have to be realistic about it, and it's unfortunately the same with the design of the buildings. Again, I didn't bring it for this purpose, but if you could put the slide on. Mr. Castillo showed best cases of new urbanism type buildings that could look great somewhere, and in some cases do. In Hell Village Center they do. There are other great examples around the country. But I think that all of these would meet the code that you're describing as well. I think that a developer would come in and say, look, this is double hung windows and there are double hung windows, they match. This is a gabled building, that's a gabled building, they match. This breaks down the facade in certain ways and they match. And in Houston, they have more zoning requirements regarding parking and things like that than we're planning to do here in Gainesville. So I think it's very important to step back, as we're seeing with some of our larger buildings that in theory meet new urban codes, and it's very hard for staff to push back when a developer's saying, well, that's made of brick and this is made of brick, so they match. When we're seeing many examples of building going up that meet new urban form-based codes, and pretty much everyone hates them, unfortunately. They might like the density. I'm fine with where they are, the large buildings on 13th Street and University Avenue, but consistently people do not like the way they look, they don't like the urbanism, and yet they do meet our code, and that's because the code is not taking into account the fact that, unfortunately, developers quite often build the very cheapest thing that they possibly can, and that's what we're getting here in Gainesville.
Thank you.
Wow, it's a lot to keep up with all these pieces. So the problem I'm having is that when we're going through all of this, we're now having quads or one building but could have 4 families that looks like one building family house. So that's getting confusing as we've brought quads, other things, 3 stories. This just looks like the same animal with a different design. And the problem I would have is having windows overlooking anybody. So when you get to the side view, I'd be opposed to windows because they're overlooking. And I'm also opposed to having anything that's 3 stories. Because what we're doing is we're allowing developers to have more and more and more. And it's so cheap for them to go up. So cheap. That 12-story was a monster. And that was right next to, like, within a few feet of historic housing. And they're claiming it's compatible. Anything you can see from a distance. I mean, the poor people at 5th Avenue are looking at these high-story buildings right very close to their homes, their lovely historic homes, that they really love their neighborhood. So, I mean, I honestly, I've requested over and over, we've got to define compatibility. It's got to be laid down in cement. Because compatibility is a huge issue. Because as you said, anyone can claim something. As Kim just showed, well, it's got a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I mean, I think height is very important, and I think we're going to go later on. I mean, if we're reading down the list here, because we should have started with the tough ones first. I'm sorry, but the tough ones, to me, are things like having, like a 60-foot building or unlimited occupants or unlimited bedrooms. And those are the things that have destroyed the university context area. And UPNA, I mean, it's destroyed them. So, I mean, this is very, very sad. I mean, I think we really need to go back and say, do we need 3 stories? No, not for these kind of things. I think a nice something this looks like a family home, but isn't. I can't understand the difference with a quad, to be honest. I mean, you have to really fine tune this for me and other people. But I mean, I think cut back the 3 stories. You got to get something for the citizens. So far, we haven't got anything, to be honest. We've just got new zones that I'm going to see are going to end up being used by right on a lot in my neighborhood. And I'd hate to come back to you a few years from now and hear that, because I won't be here. But I mean, that's what's going to happen, is people are going to come and say, I want one of these in my single-family lot, or right next to them. So please, please, please consider the implications. You know, I'm a strategic planner. We had no way through any of this process have got any implications or strategies for what might happen. As someone said, let's talk about the no's, what could happen to be avoided. Not a giveaway. We're giving away everything now. We need to say, wait a minute. Do we want someone to put a 60-foot place right next to someone's home? No. Or a 12-story? No. So that should have been prevented and built into the comp plan. The comp plan needs a huge amount of work. It needs to go right back over it and define compatibility and really rethink what this town needs to be. But anyway, my time's up, I think. No, I've got 25 seconds.
Nope, you're over.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. But thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Melanie Barr. Thank you so much for continuing this. You do listen to us. I appreciate you so much, more than the City Commission. Although we elect them, they don't listen to us, for the most part. I do disagree with the 3 stories. For example, everybody says a quadruplex, but could it be a 3-bedroom quadruplex? That means 3 unrelated people in each unit of the quadruplex. How many cars is that going to be? I know people are trying to push everyone into bicycling. That's not going to happen. And the big building encircled by a little tiny patch of green, or no green in the back if everybody parks in the backyard. What about stormwater drainage and water runoff and lack of trees? We love Gainesville because of its trees. So think about the trees, think about us who live here now, and the lack of parking if you do allow 3 stories. Because what's stopping them from having 3 bedrooms? I think you're going to discuss the number of bedrooms and the occupancy, but I want you to realize what that would do to neighborhoods, especially single-family neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
In regards to the parking situation, Mr. Hawkins, I should point out that in multifamily residences currently, the city does allow parking in the front, on the grass, and it's generally a designated park. They require a designated parking area. So if that change occurred, it would be a change in what's accepted now. Just want to point that out. Thank you. If you go anywhere around north of the campus, you'll find most houses can't accommodate, the streets can't accommodate the number of cars that are in the houses. The street parking has been taken up by the large buildings that have been required. For example, a 75-unit place was built across a unit that I currently own. Therefore, the parking on the street was all gone immediately. And so that is a problem. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to this item? This will be coming back to the plan board. We're asking for some edits and for it to come back.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Kirk Johnson again. I'll make this as quick as I can. To echo what Kim said about, and what my wife always says, about the buildings on 13th, they serve a purpose, a great purpose, lots of density, which is nice, but they are really ugly. But we can live with that on 13th, you know. But in our neighborhoods next door to us, I think it's reasonable to require, you know, a higher standard of architectural interest or what we might consider attractive. And one of the qualifying items was a 3-inch projection, which would literally be exceeded by nailing a 4x4 vertically on the front of the house. So, you know, I think we need to flush that out more. And for instance, in the Heartwood development that the city sponsored and planned, you have to choose from certain building styles. Take your pick, but you can't build your own. maybe there's a way of having choices of 4 or 5 different acceptable styles for them to work off of, because it's going to be really hard to flush out all the variables and say, oh, this one's ugly, that one's not. But that's a deep concern, I think, of residents. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to this item? Okay. Bringing it back to the board. Any other thoughts before we take a vote on the motion on the table? Okay. The motion was to, do you want to repeat it, Thomas?
To continue the item with a request that staff revisit 2 sets of details, one related to parking, and specifically to require no parking between the facade and the street, and 2, to consider design standards for the side facades and to require building orientation so that we know which facade is the front.
Okay. Do we still have Jason on Zoom? Is he holding
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Trooper.
You are a trooper. Okay, Mr. Castillo, would you mind doing a roll call vote for us?
Roll call vote for petition LD 22-000041 TCH. Stephanie Sutton,
Yes.
Bob Ackerman,
Yes.
Thomas Hawkins,
Yes.
James Blythe is absent, Sophia Corgetto,
Yes.
Jason Hurst,
Yes.
Joshua Nay.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. On to the next one. Can you please read the next item into the record, Mr. Castillo?
Item number 211229, petition LD 22-000042 TCH. City of Gainesville requests to amend the Land Development Code to remove occupancy limits found in section 30-4.10. And I will be doing that presentation momentarily. Share screen. Share screen. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I am a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development here at the City of Gainesville. The item before you this evening is fairly straightforward. It is a request or a proposal to remove the occupancy limits in the City of Gainesville. Oops. And currently, the City of Gainesville does have language within the Land Development Code that would limit the occupancy to a single-family development to no more than 3 unrelated people living in a single-family unit. The proposal before you would, in essence, remove that occupancy limit and would allow for more unrelated people to live within one single-family development unit. And that is the proposal before you this evening. If I am here, if you have any other questions that I may answer.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, were you gonna, I saw you reaching. Were you gonna make a motion or a comment? Go ahead.
We saw Dr. Wilson's pictures, and I lived in College Park for a long time. In my family still lives there. My dad still lives there. None of what he did, his photos are all of the extreme, but they don't present hyperbole, right? That's a very real issue if you're in neighborhoods surrounding campus. I don't like the occupancy limit. I mean, it's prejudicial against different family formats, but we can't get rid of it unless we have something else that's practical, that's going to help us manage trash collection, parking, yard maintenance, noise issues. We try to come out noise issues with noise ordinance, and it's never worked very well. We spend a lot of money on things like party patrol, or at least the city did when I paid attention to its budgets. I don't read the budgets anymore, so I don't know what we're currently spending. I think that this should be a non-starter for us unless we've got a really robust proposal for what we're doing instead. And so I don't know, that's where I start, but I'm interested, I want to know what y'all think.
Mr. Ackerman?
We've had the occupancy limits. I think we got turned in for it when I came here as a law student in 1974. And I was living with my two brothers and his wife. So we qualified. The problem is it's virtually unenforceable, and it always has been, because there's no way to prove who lives any place at any given time. So if you send code enforcement over and they say, I mean, people are allowed to have guests, I assume, and they're always guests. So I think it does discriminate against other family units. And certainly at that time, living in sin was a sin, and it's not anymore. And there's a whole bunch of, the Golden Girls. It would be a difficult thing. I think it's long since time that we got rid of it.
Really quickly before we go to public comment, Mr. Nate?
I agree with Mr. Ackerman. When I moved here in '94, I lived in punk houses behind Leonardo's with my friends, and we had shows in my house, sorry guys, with my band playing, and I don't understand. I mean, because again, it's like they're not out there. I mean, people can report somebody, but how are we going to do anything about it? And it's people just complain about it, and they've been complaining about it since I've been here for 28 years, and since he's been here since, is that 48 years?
No, I didn't stay.
Okay.
I've only returned the last 20 years.
Okay, so, it's been going on forever, so that's my 2 cents.
So I hear you. I hear that it's not respected, clearly, but I agree with Mr. Hawkins. I think that if we get rid of it completely, the problem is only going to blow up, right? Because you have some well-minded people that may be paying attention, or some landlords that may be paying attention that when the rule's gone aren't anymore, right? I mean, I have properties, I have rental properties, and I'm very aware of this rule and kind of watch them. And, when we rent to people, we keep this in mind, right? So I think I understand there are people breaking this rule on the regular, but I think you open yourself up to an even larger host of problems if we remove this. So I'm not in favor of that. I'm open-minded, if there was another suggestion or another way to control some of those issues, but I've lived in the duck pond. People, those streets are hard to get by if you have parking on all those streets. I've lived in University Park. I owned a house in Florida Park for a while. So I've been around this, and I think that we need to keep this in the code for now, unless there's a recommendation of a way to replace it. So I'm with Mr. Hawkins on this one. It doesn't happen very often, Thomas. We're in unison tonight. I know, we're on a roll tonight. Okay, I think we're up for public comment if folks have things to say.
If it's of any use, no one obeys that anyhow. But I too have been a landlady, and it is good to have that law because I can use it when I have to. But I see multiple houses with multiple students. Joe Little, when he was on the city commission, put that into use. And I think it has stopped a lot of the overcrowding. So I think we should keep it. But I'll tell you that College Park in Pennsylvania tried the same thing, and it failed, as it is failing here. And so what they did was pass an ordinance saying that there could not be a student rental. There had to be 2,000 feet, I think it was, between student rentals. And of course, there was a hue and cry from the landlord class in College Park. It went to the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, and it was upheld. And since then, there have been other university communities that have tried to control the inundation of students by having rules separating student housing. I don't know if you want to take that one on, but it does help, and it's one other solution to the problem. But I don't think it makes any difference to say 3 or 4 or 5. It just doesn't matter anymore.
Robert Mounts. At the workshop last week, Wednesday night, Andrew Persons acknowledged at the end of the evening that the only real limit was the bedroom limit. So if you had a quadruplex and it was proposed, suppose you have a quadruplex, 4 units, they each have 3 bedrooms, what's the limit? The limit, he said, would be 3 unrelated persons. But as I understand it, the proposal also does away with the definition of family that's been in the code since the 70s as obsolete. And that has morphed into 3 unrelated persons, as I noted in one of my last articles about this. And I can understand why. You know, Hey Santos is single. He has other places. He could have roommates. He could rent. So it's 3 unrelated persons. But the fact that code enforcement hasn't done its job is not a reason. You know, we suggested years ago, why not have, if you're going to have a landlord permit and you're going to expect landlords to do certain things, why can't they inform the city or provide the city a copy of the lease every year? Why can't we somehow know, why can't GPD know at least who's on the lease? Why isn't there a database so that it's not just going to the door and trying to figure it out in a big crisis party situation, but you actually have a database, you know who belongs to and who doesn't. Or, you know, and it goes back to your discussion about the ADU ordinance, because we were perfectly fine with one ADU if the owner resided on site, either in the primary ordinance or in an ADU, because then the police have a button to push when there's a problem. That was wiped away. How do you force it? How do you keep it, you know, make that, you know, but that's what the problem. Then, of course, they legislated on the dais and made it 2 ADUs with no owner occupancy requirement, much less a tenancy occupancy requirement, 2 different things. What we're looking for is a way to manage it where there's an adult in the room that the police can touch, you know, when something happens. And doing away with the occupancy limit, to me, is the single most troublesome thing about this whole proposal. It's really not the number of units. It's who's there and whether there's anybody there that's responsible, an owner, a property manager. You know that the bed and breakfast statute or ordinance on the books requires that an owner or manager reside on site. You got a quadruplex and the owner lives there, that's probably going to work. And that's the kind of thing that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Gordon. Good morning. Not yet. It seems like we're just going from one slippery slope to another. The ordinance that was created in the 70s had a purpose, and I would agree with Robert Mounts that even if code enforcement isn't enforcing it, and I do believe I have to disagree with my former colleague, I think there was a time that was enforced pretty well, and that may have slipped by the mid or end of the 80s or so. If code enforcement isn't enforcing it, then they need to enforce it. Part of this whole evening, maybe a major part of this whole evening, is about the character of Gainesville and different visions of what you want Gainesville to be. And I think you've heard a lot of people here this evening have a particular vision of Gainesville that features single-family housing and that features enough parking or not too many people so that there won't be room for enough parking. You took great pains in the last motion to address the fact that parking really wasn't covered in what you were talking about, and now you're on the verge of removing an occupancy requirement, which would just undo everything that you've talked about tonight when it comes to parking. Because if you don't have an occupancy requirement, you have basically said, well, there's just going to be parking all over the place. And then you might respond, but we'll enforce that 2 cars in front rule. Well, if they can enforce the 2 cars in front rule from the last item that was on the agenda, they can enforce this particular rule about occupancy. It's the same kind of thing. You can't argue, well, one's enforceable and one isn't enforceable. It's a matter of intent. It's a matter of tone. It's a matter of value. It's a matter of where you put the stress. And if you decide that you don't want to stress how many people live in a place, you don't care how many people live in a place, 12, 14, 15, 20, doesn't matter. They have unlimited cars, as Kim pointed out, the people that are saying, well, everybody's going to bike in the future. That's not happening. People have been saying that for 40 years. It's not happening. People have been saying, well, wait until there's a mass transit system. That's not happening. People are still in their cars. People are saying, well, when the price of gas goes up, well, people are still driving their cars. So people equals cars. You can't just allow the end of an occupancy requirement, limit, without factoring in what's going to happen to those neighborhoods. And I'm afraid that the gentleman who showed the slides that Commissioner Hawkins referred to, that's the least of it if you take away this occupancy requirement. So I agree with what he said about this item. I agree with Chairman Sutton, and I hope that a majority on the board tonight will just non-starter this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Melanie Barr. So it says you're going to vote to remove occupancy limits. So are you saying 20 people could live in a 2-bedroom house? That's what you're saying?
That would.
We don't have a motion on it.
Yeah, there's
What?
not a motion on the floor one way or another.
Okay, but that's
that
what
is
the ordinance
this
is saying.
petition is suggesting.
That 20 people could live in a 2-bedroom house. They could do it because there's no occupancy limits if this passes. Is that true?
Unrelated, yes.
Unrelated. 20 people
Or
could.
related.
I know, and that would be a parking nightmare. And think, oh, that could never happen. Well, maybe 10 people could live there. And parking, they're saying, oh, don't worry about parking. Just like Gary was saying, oh, they predict people won't have cars when the gas goes up. People still have cars. People still drive long distances. They need to have it for work. Maybe 8 out of the 10 living in this potential house will need cars. Where are they going? If you vote to remove occupancy limits, you're saying you could have 20 people in a 2-bedroom house. That'll be legal. Right?
It would be legal if they were all related.
If they're unrelated, they can live there.
8 is enough, you know. If you have a big family, you could all live there.
Well, you're talking
People's
about a
families
family
are
now,
different.
but we're not talking about a
this is
family, are
saying
we?
that yes, more than 3 unrelated people would be able to live in a house without
Okay,
any
20
upper
people.
limit. This is suggesting removing that, not
Okay.
changing the limit, but removing the limit.
And that could
You are
happen.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's what this is suggesting.
Excuse me, that's in zoning 1, correct? Single family.
This is this citywide or is this just in the campus context area? This is citywide. The bedroom limit is just in the campus context area, which is coming up later. So this would be citywide. This is in the context area too? Okay, I thought so. Yeah, in the context area. But as we saw, that's a large area. Go ahead, Ms. Silva.
Thank you. Janice Silva. What's wrong with my voice? Well, the context area is like huge. It's almost meaningless. It takes in most of the city. But we have, you know, my neighbors around me have very small 3-bedroom, you know, 1-bath houses. And the family size, household size goes up and down. And sometimes 8 people, you know, so forth. But we also have, especially in Fifth Avenue now, and Porter's, we have a developer who owns a lot of properties in our neighborhoods who actually brought this kind of ordinance up in the past to diminish the occupancy limit. And he ended up in a kind of a comical situation, actually, in front of the magistrate last year or the year before, because, as I understand it, he asked one of his, he built these dorms, really 4 and 5 bedroom dorms in our neighborhoods, and he asked one of the, when the code busted him for having more than 3 unrelated people, he asked one of the Norwegian student athlete tenants to declare herself a domestic servant for the others. And he had to go to the magistrate over that one. So I think, you know, maybe there could be some connection to the size of the, you know, the number of bedrooms or something like that, not just wide open, no occupancy limits whatsoever for unrelated people. The families who, in my neighborhood, who, and I've taken in family members too, you know, when they needed a place to stay in Gainesville. You know, otherwise, for the unrelated people, I think there should be some way to go about it connected to the lease. And, you know, if you're just going to say, well, it's unenforceable, why have any laws, you know, if there's not going to be effort to enforce them? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I always seem to be at the end. I get up and down and people jump ahead. I kind of scanned this and I circled things and I went, wow, if you look at that, basically you're giving away everything the developer would desire. That's really what we're looking at. We're looking at someone who came up with this and said, what can we sell that will really, really do something here? I mean, every single thing is remove, make bigger, give more, make higher, less standards, more in a lot. I mean, it's really, really, it's unfortunate and sad. And what I would like to see is why don't we change things? Instead of units, why don't we talk beds? How many beds can you squeeze in? I just talked to my neighbor. His daughter, his stepdaughter's just gone to live in New York, and she's going to live in Gramercy Park with 3 other people in a 3-bedroom apartment in New York. What is it, like 750 square feet? That's really small to have a 3-bedroom apartment. So, I mean, maybe we need to talk about square foot, how many people you can have in a square foot, how many bedrooms you can have in a unit. Instead, we keep talking about units.
So the bedrooms is the next item on the agenda.
Good, because units, like that 12-story, we don't quite know the units. That's a 12-story structure on less than an acre with 557 bedrooms times 1,000 apiece. And they said it's not economically feasible to make a lower level. Of course it was. That's a huge amount of money. So I think, can we just maybe rethink it into square foot and bedrooms and not units? And then go into height and just control what can be there. And then things like occupancy won't be as big an issue, or parking, because it won't be so dense. Because I think that's what people are dreading, is huge density. So I think maybe we could rethink some things. But thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
I'm not clear what we're talking about here. We're talking about number of occupants in a single family?
So
Or what?
Gainesville has a rule right now. I don't know, Mr. Castillo, if you want to handle it.
Gainesville has a rule right now where if you own a single family house, you can only have
Correct.
3 unrelated people. The
I
proposal
understand.
before you
Right.
this evening is to allow for not just 3, but
I understand that perfectly, and it's well taken. It does not affect multifamily residents, zoning, houses in multifamily. It does not affect them.
It involves resident. If
Correct.
you can reside there, it
Correct.
It applies to all units. So
No,
even
it does
if it's-
not.
Yes.
It does apply to all units.
Since when? Excuse me?
So, and just so that everyone's on the same page, and Andrew, you may mention this too, the bedroom limit is coming up next. And the bedroom limit right now is 2.75 bedroom units, which, as you can see, is somewhat related to the 3 people.
Right. The just to clarify, the unrelated occupancy provisions apply to the RSF 1 through 4 plus RC zoning within the context area.
And
That's it.
PDs that have a density
Right.
of a certain
8 or less. Right. But not multifamily.
There's numerous 4-bedroom houses. They have 4 students unrelated all over Gainesville in multifamily areas. It does not affect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Good evening. Thank you for y'all's time. Matthew Manos with the Gainesville-Alachua County Association of Realtors. I do want to remove the exclusionary zoning practice of no more than 3 unrelated individuals, and so does the local board of realtors. We have lots of rentals with 4 and 5 bedrooms that can't fully be used. Lots of people want to be able to rent that room that is not in use. Tenants might like to have another roommate, split rent, and other bills. This also creates more density without any construction in any neighborhood. I've heard a lot of concerns about change in neighborhoods. While acknowledging the overall housing problem, we are growing, and I don't think anyone wants sprawl. So while some of these areas may be above average in costs, those folks need a place as well. If someone with means is able to move in, that opens up that place that for somebody else, and so on and so forth. We need more inventory. Prices will continue to skew upward until supply meets the demand. This is not the only solution. This could be another part of the solution. I hope y'all do recommend to put this forward to the City Commission. I am in favor of this. I greatly appreciate y'all's time. I know it's been a long night and y'all have quite a few more to go, but please do consider putting this forward. Maybe limit rooms. I understand you don't want to just open it up, but we should try to put something forward. This is exclusionary. We do need to use those rooms more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to this item?
Yeah, my name's Bob Fulton. I'm president of the Gulfview Association. My training is as a physician, and I trained in New York. The logical extension of this are flop houses. If any of you are familiar with them, I've been in them. They basically string ropes from one wall to another. People pay to sit and drape themselves over the ropes because that's the best they can do. This is where you're going with this. Ultimately, if you don't put restrictions on it, you're going to have unrestricted use, with people simply stashing themselves as quickly as they can into these various places. I would suggest that removing limits not only is a poor idea, if you look at this, it's basically a psychotic idea. Why would you want to, on one hand, have a definition of the number of bedrooms or the number of family houses and then completely unrestrict use? Doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Okay, bring it back to the board. Sophia, your light's on.
Thank you. Yeah, there was just something I wanted to mention that I feel like kind of ties into a bit of the previous discussion, but just came up now out of personal experience, being a renter in Gainesville. For a couple years, I lived in a house where there was 5 of us, and we did that because that's what we could afford. I think it's important to consider in all of these zoning discussions the experience of the renter, not the homeowner, when we're thinking about housing options, and just making sure that we're considering the different types of housing options people need in Gainesville. I don't know that I would have been able to, I know for sure I wouldn't be able to afford these, new tall buildings popping up, but that house, and being able to live, we were all unrelated, but that was an affordable housing option. And it would be a shame to see something like that go away and past roommates have to find something, different options. So anyways, I just kind of wanted to mention that out of experience. So I think that, leaving it out in the open, I can totally understand the concern. But I think as it stands, with the unenforceability, me and my roommates were a perfect example. And I wouldn't say we were bad neighbors or anything of the sort. We're grad students, we're your social, we're your restaurant employees, So I just think that, if we want to talk about numbers specifically, maybe 4 or 5 bedrooms, getting into the numbers, but I don't think that as it stands, 3 makes sense. I think it is exclusionary and that there should be some kind of discussion around maybe what that number should look like. I don't necessarily think it should be just on the open, but there's people currently in Gainesville, more than 3 unrelated people living together today. So I think it's just important to acknowledge that.
Okay. I don't see any other lights, but somebody want to propose a motion? Do we still have Jason? Okay.
Yep, I'm here.
Great. Do you have any ideas on this one, Jason? Nobody else is speaking up.
No, I don't.
Okay. So. It might be 3-3. I don't know where Jason stands. We might not really be able to make a decision. I don't know.
Madam Chair, I move the Plan Board recommend the City Commission deny petition LD 22-42 TCH.
Do we have a second for that? Jason, we're looking to you maybe. I don't know which side you're on here. We haven't heard your comments. To deny this would be to leave the occupancy limit in place.
Yeah, I'm I was hoping for a few, as crazy as it sounds, I was hoping for a few more comments. Yeah, I can. So the motions on the floor is to deny the occupancy limit.
To deny removing it. So it would leave it in place at 3 unrelated people. That's
Okay.
what's the motion on the floor, so.
Ms. Sutton, our chair is asking your opinion because no one who's in the room is willing to second it. So that
I
gives
don't
you an
think I
indication of
can
what you
second
wanted
it.
to.
So if you don't second it, we'll have to go to another motion, I think.
Yeah, I'm not seconding it.
Okay, Mr. Ackerman.
Madam Chair, I move that the plan board approve petition, now I gotta find my glasses. Old age. Petition LD 22-00042 TCH, and remove the occupancy limits found in section 30-4-10.
Okay, do we have a second to Mr. Ackerman's motion? Okay, Mr. Nay? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, and Mr. Castillo, can you do a roll call vote on this one?
Roll call vote for petition LD 22-000042 TCH. Stephanie Sutton,
No.
Bob Ackerman,
Yes.
Thomas Hawkins. Sophia Cordero. Yes. Jason Hurst.
Yes.
Josh Renee.
Yes.
Okay,
Got a 4-2
great.
there.
On to the next one. Can you read the next item into the record, please?
Chair, I believe we're.
Okay. Okay, so do we want to extend the meeting, or do we want to pass these on to the next agenda? What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I would move that we defer the remaining items to the next meeting, and
Second.
stop the meeting.
Okay, I will put it out there, and I said this is the last meeting. I'm not gonna be here for that meeting. I'll be out of town. So, Sophia, I think, are you vice chair right now? So, just,
Have at it.
keep that in mind. It's all yours, these last few items, if we continue them. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All of those in favor of continuing the remaining items and moving them to a date certain, I guess, of June, is that the 23rd? I guess say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, great. So we will continue the rest of these items, folks. Thanks for bearing with us tonight. We appreciate your input. I encourage you to come to the City Commission workshop that they are having and share your opinions with them. They'll be taking our input into account, hopefully. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And we will hear the remaining items. If you have thoughts on those, you can come back to us on June 23rd. It'll be a busy week. Do we have any other member comments before we adjourn?
I think we've left.
Okay, great. And this meeting is